to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. I am your host, Jason Kaplan, and it is finally time for our very final Super Weekend here. We have 3 days of action and 5 matches a day until we find out who our top 16 teams will be and who will be participating in the finals. I can't wait. I know you guys at home can't wait, and I'm sure as hell some teams out there can't wait on top of that. But before we can even get into the matches, of course, I got to introduce the gentlemen who carry me on the desk, even though my feet will still drag against the ground. We got Maxman and Kalaris here. Gentlemen, how are you two doing today?
Doing fine. I don't know. You set up to prepare for something. I don't know. I'm bracing for impact, but no, I'm doing fantastic, Jason. I'm waiting to see who's going to be able to potentially step up and get those wins, because that's going to be the real important thing today, is to get those chicken dinners, get that 1,000 bucks.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are going to be focusing on. I'm all right-ish. A lot of floof allergies today, but that'll be fine. It's not going to stop me from enjoying some PUBG Mobile action.
I'm not gonna lie, Kalaris, have you been at the gym? You were filling out that shirt nicely.
No, I just got fatter.
Oh.
That's right.
That wasn't the intention of me bringing that up, but, you know, I'll let you do you, I guess. All right, but now here's the real question, Max. Have you decided what you're going to drink your next monster out of?
I have. We'll do it today, if you want.
Today?
But
Ooh, okay.
I have it. I have it all ready. It's all prepared, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, do you have your Monster Energy, which, funny enough, is our official energy drink provider here at PMPL, all chilled and ready to drink? Is it nice and cool? Is it cold?
It's in the fridge, actually, right now.
Do you prefer warm Monster? I don't know.
Oh, no, you can't like that. No.
I don't know how you do it in France.
No, it's got to be cold, man.
There are weird people, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay, fair.
A Monster flavored chocolate croissant. Monster flavored croissant.
Don't throw me with a good time here, Jason, okay?
Might be on Feeds your stomach and gets you ready to go for your day. You guys at home, we're going to get you ready to go for the day as well. Let's talk about the overall standings at the end of our 3rd week of league play, because that is how teams obviously qualify into our Super Weekend. And we're going to have a couple of teams who, unfortunately, are going to be missing. Some of them pretty much out without a single chance. This is what you can see here, a Game Lord yet again. I mean, when doesn't Game Lord just thrill us and put up some big numbers? I can't think of a single time. Maybe 2 years ago when they weren't even a team.
Yeah, I mean, probably. But the worst thing, right, is that this is Game Lord not even really caring too much, right? This is Game Lord having fun, picking up some, what was that, 1v3s, 1v4s, 1v5s at the end, with like, you got some great plays from Narvalo, from Victor. We also, Rob's almost get himself a chicken dinner as a solo versus TJB. Yeah, I mean, Game Lord, now going into the Super Weekend, I'm scared to see what they will do going seriously, because as they said before, they're aiming for that chicken dinner, they're aiming for the 1,000 bucks. So Game Lord are going to be very scary in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's difficult to remember this kind of dominance.
Go ahead. No, finish your thought, because I was going to change the topic.
It's just, you know, you look at them in league plays, they're always getting 1st or 2nd. Super Weekends, they're always getting 1st or 2nd. Actually, it's always been 1st. Never mind. Yeah, so very, very terrifying to go up against, as you say, Max. They're just going to be looking for the chicken dinners this week.
But also, Kalaris, look at number 8. Team Doom, a team we have not seen in the single Super Weekend, has qualified, and they've done it on the front page without a chicken dinner, more importantly.
Truly, the guilty pleasure, not only of me, but also this entire desk. I can speak for them. They're going to deny it, but no, that's what they actually mean. Team Doom here looking to push on in this Super Weekend. They are our one hope at upset, our one hope at retribution for Team Doom.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, Max. They are competing, obviously, against Romanian Boys, who have only played out 1 Super Weekend, and then Shockwave, I believe, has played out 2. But we'll get to that in just a little bit of time as we'll head over to our second page, because there's going to be a certain team that we're not going to be seeing. Obviously, they should be fine overall when it comes into the Super Weekends and into the finals, more importantly, but no chance to get any chicken dinners. Unicorns of Love not qualifying, but also with Vamos, RESQ, and 5 Threats not qualifying, those bottom 3 teams, unfortunately, will not be participating in the finals.
Yeah, that's the thing. We already know 3 teams that are not going to be playing into our league finals, right? So the main focus of our storyline for this Super Weekend is going to be Team Doom. Can they catch up to Romanian Boys? But as you stated in the league play a few days ago, Jason, is now because Romanian Boys qualified in the Super Weekend is that moving goalpost situation. And not only do you need Team Doom to have a exceptionally good performance, which if they can replicate what they did in league play, you never know, there is a chance. But Romanian Boys must have a horrendous, and I mean truly horrible Super Weekend, which could also happen. You never know. We'll have to see. But Romanian Boys, they know they just need to have a good enough Super Weekend, and they're in 16th position. Doesn't matter. They're in. So they're going to go for placement points, and maybe not get any chicken dinners, but placement points and consistency is going to be their aim here.
And the thing is, right, they have an advantage if you are Romanian Boys. You played out 15 more matches than Team Doom. But there is statistically a chance for Team Doom to actually qualify. I believe we're actually going to look at, well, a certain way to do it, right? If we look at Team Doom and we look at the best day they've had yet so far and compare that to like the averages of Romanian Boys across every single day, we can see that technically if Romanian Boys play on average and Team Doom can replicate that performance over the course of the next 3 days that they had on day 1 of League Play 3, they can qualify. I think they get to like 168-ish points, and Romanian Boys would be around like 140-something-ish points. There is a chance. But James, that chance, it's very tough. It's very small, but there still is a chance.
Yeah, for sure. I think here, as we take a look at the numbers playing out, as you say, there is an opportunity. However, we are going to have to see Team Doom play up to their best day here so far. I think as to what Max alluded to, there is also the potential, right, that teams can fall. Teams can have a hard time here in the Super Weekend. For Romanian Boys, I don't think has been nigh on unstoppable when it comes to the potential of that occurring here. So there is an opportunity. I think one thing that surprised me the most about Team Doom is that there is that opportunity on Miramar specifically when they came into their best day. They looked great on it, double second places on it. I want to see more of that.
It's a little bit unfortunate going into the Super Weekend, right, for Team Doom that we only have 1 Miramar per day. So we're really hoping to see them make the most out of those 3 Miramars. Of course, you're looking at the Erangels. If that could also be their best maps in terms of performance in the Super Weekend, that'd be amazing for Team Doom, right? But 11 elimination, I think that it's a little bit of an overshot right now to expect them to get this type of average elimination. Average point per game. It is a very, very good average to have. So over the course of 15 games, there's a chance of that happening, but it's going to be a rough one, right? We're just holding on to threads right here, but if this happens, this could be one of the best comebacks I think I've ever witnessed in PMPL right now, right? A team be able to get back from last place in 1 Super Weekend to qualify. It happened in PMPL Arabia. It might be able to happen right here.
Now, let's be fair, though, right? You talk about Team Doom and you talk about how Miramar, like they had obviously heavily in the pool in week 3 of league play. But if we think back to week 2 where Romanian Boys had their best performance, it was when there was Sanhok being played a majority of the time, or half the time, I should say. So both teams not being gimped, but both teams having to now kind of prove that maybe we can play well on our own map of Miramar for Doom and Sanhok for Romanian Boys, but we have to be able to play well on Erangel because we play it 3 times a day. We play it 9 times over the course of this Super Weekend. That's our chance to really make our move to either solidify our spot in top 16 or to try to catch that spot in top 16.
And especially because Erangel and Miramar, the focus is very much so on, I think for the most part, when it comes to some of the teams winning things out that aren't quite the very top level teams, the focus is on trying to find yourself a central compound, play it from there, and play out. It's not like Sanhok where, you know, the healing strat's been employed to get yourself placement points or something like that. So everybody's looking to just find those central spots, contest them for quite a long time in the games, and then win it out that way.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm actually excited to see how things go. I'm excited to see if Team Doom can do it, but I think the tough thing is for them, and I think we talked about this quite a few times, mostly in relation to like league play, right? You don't want to leave it to the end to have to qualify for Super Weekend or qualify for the finals, because you know if they go into today and have a bad match 1, that means they have to get even more points every single time. Like their average that they need to catch up and surpass them. Even if Romanian Boys get 0 points the entire day, that average is going to continue to rise for every bad performance they have. So I think it's really easy as a team to get down on yourself of when you have that first bad match or second bad match or just a bad day in general of like, okay, well now we have only 10 matches to qualify, and it was already hard enough to do it with 15. Now we have 5 less matches. It's a very tough spot to be in, but it gives you a chance to turn yourself into a diamond.
Yeah, I don't want to feel too negative though, is that you're looking at Team Doom's situation and how many points they need to get to catch up to Romanian Boys. I would almost have to say that at the end of today, there's a very big chance we'll know already if Team Doom could qualify, right? So we'll see. It depends on how the first day goes. If it goes well, then there's a chance, as you said, Jason, but it's not looking extremely likely, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that world as well that Team Doom drop on Romanian Boys, but realistically, I think that's not a viable strategy to go for right now. Maybe day 3, maybe day 2 if you fall super far behind. But let's talk about it overall. Let's get an idea, though, of, I guess, that point gap they have as well as what some other teams can really move, because there's still technically another team in here that has a chance to drop off if they don't have a good super weekend. But we'll touch on that in just a few seconds. You see GameLord, 410, 103 points beyond every team out there, with Eastern Stars in second place. They have 6 chicken dinners. They are playing phenomenal on our last day of league play, I guess across the whole super weekend. I wonder if there's a chance that GameLord, if their eye is on the prize of getting chicken dinners, can they pull off 10 here? Can they get themselves 4 across this super weekend?
All they have to do, right, is replicate what they did in the Super Weekend 1. Super Weekend 2, they could have gotten more if they had Victor, and I do remember also talking with them, and they did say that if they had Victor, they could have potentially avoided a few mistakes at the end to get more wins. So they are really aiming for perfection going into this. So I would say GameLord, with their full roster, with Victor, which is one of their star players on the roster, I think that GameLord could make the 10 chicken dinner dream happen here. So I mean, not only them, right, Eastern Stars, all the teams on this top page that know they've qualified here, don't go for placement points, don't go for high eliminations. Here, aim for the wins. That is all you should be caring about right here.
100%. You're not going to fall out of top 16, so get that $1,000 per chicken dinner. Let's take a look, though, at the second page. And Kalaris, I mean, again, we talk about Shockwave a little bit. They're technically decently ahead of Romanian Boys, but I can imagine if they have a super weekend where they just tank out, like, teams could catch them. There is the possibility.
Yeah, definitely so. If you look at what teams have been able to put up throughout super weekends, we've seen, 100+ point weeks, right? From quite a few of the teams. Now, Shockwave, 50 points week 1, 64 points week 2. It's slowly getting progressively better, but there is an opportunity here. If some of these teams down towards the bottom, you're looking at Doom to really kind of push up and start knocking people out, of course. But if Shockwave has another double-digit week, who knows what can happen if the teams right below them actually have a decent step up. And obviously Team Doom needs to really pop off, but they'll be coming in hungry.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about their first super weekend that was 50 points. That 50-point super weekend 1 was actually the worst point gain from any team in any super weekend in all of this PMPL, and even that would be enough for them to get towards that 150-point margin. And most of the time, from what we saw in the past and what's happening right now in this PMPL, is that if you get 150 points total in super weekend, chances are you're good to go. So even the worst performance replicated by Shockwave will be enough for them to qualify. So I think it's almost impossible for Shockwave to not qualify, but as you said, it's down to the chance. There's always that 1% chance that it could happen, but it does seem very unlikely also.
Yeah, the focus points here, Jason, really are on Team Doom, 4 Romanian Boys, and a Shockwave as an outsider. Anything beyond that, I feel like they're going to be putting up enough points, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think XTEAM for sure, definitely safe. I mean, that's another 30 points ahead of what they were already. So that's what, 70-point difference. They should for sure be okay to be through, but maybe they want to win some money. Again, we have Clear Vision as well on the front page. They don't have a single chicken dinner in super weekends. This could be a great opportunity for them to sweep up some money, put it in their pocket, and maybe save it for buying some more Monster Energy. Also, let's take a look at the schedule really quickly, just to remind you guys on what's all going to be happening, what's the order of maps that will be played. And just like every super weekend, it'll be just like this: Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel again. And of course, because it is super weekend, no groups sitting out. But I guess the upside here for teams is you play 5 matches, you play it in a row, you don't sit out any games, you also play against the exact same lobby every single time. It gives you that chance to adapt and to learn a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a lot easier to play with. So hopefully we can see the bottom teams try and adapt to the lobby, get the rotations and drop spots down to a T, and hopefully Team Doom can start to climb a little bit here.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway with our first match of the day, but I got to remind you guys that once again, if I can get my words out, I'm just super excited, is that the PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary is currently happening. Cars, don't you bring that sign out. I saw you look to the side and maybe grab it. You can, you had it like literally right next to him. We have like some giveaways going on with 100,000 euros in prizes. You just have to head over to PUBGM4thdimension.com and learn a little bit more. Not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s, but you know what? You don't need to hear it from me. Watch a sweet little video, and when you get back, you get the sweet prize of match number 1.
there we go. We're going into game number 1 to kick off the final Super Weekend. Team Doom with a mountain to climb, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be Mount Doom that faces them.
I like what you did there, John. Indeed, it's a massive task they have in front of them. Even if you take the direct comparison of the average points per game the four Romanian boys had in their first Super Weekend, and you tied it up against the average points per game Doom had in their League Week 3, it still isn't going to be enough of a push for Team Doom. So they need to find something big across these 15 games, and it's cliche to say, but every single game is going to count. Every single point is going to count, because one bad game, and unfortunately the reality is they're probably going to get a bad game, but one bad game makes the average points per game required that little bit harder. It makes that mountain a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that it's Unicorns of Love who didn't make it into this Super Weekend, it really has solidified the bottom of those tables. I mean, it's looking pretty impossible at the moment. Although, you know what, I've sort of contravened my own rules saying it's impossible, because it is possible for Team Doom to make it. But we're just more focusing now on looking at how these teams are going to be shaping up towards the finals, because most likely we kind of already know those 16 teams that are going to make it.
We do. I do want to throw out it's a very big stretch of a caveat, but Shockwave, I look at them as a bit of a instability, right? Yeah, okay, they've gotten into the Super Weekends through playing passive and understanding that placement points and having a couple of good solid results through that works. But in the Super Weekends, they floundered, they've struggled, they haven't adapted, they've been blown apart by other teams around them pushing in. I look at them as a potential opening for Team Doom to get ahead, because I know they're still a moving target, but again, their Super Weekend results really haven't looked that good.
It'd be interesting to see what they're going to bring here. Obviously, Shockwave revolutionizing Zaki. They've brought it into a new era, but not a great success, unfortunately, for themselves. Hopefully, they'll be able to grab a couple more points on this game, stretch out that lead, and as Max was saying on the desk, if they're able to get up to that 150 mark, which is very likely to happen, it's looking pretty good for them to stay in. So, all in all, I imagine we are going to be seeing them in the finals. We are going to be seeing a little bit more from them. What I'm interested about this week, though, is that a lot of teams will be playing for those chicken dinners. I mean, the desk mentioned it as well. A lot of teams are going to be playing more for the win, more to get experience, and you can really see some limit testing in these next 3 days.
Yeah, 150%, John. I know they know that Narvello game, or they're just having fun. They're going to be going for chicken dinners. When I talked to Kale of FTY, they said their focus is to go for chicken dinners and Super Weekend. There's, of course, $1,000 per win to look forward to if you're able to get a couple in your bank account per se. But yeah, very much testing the limit, pushing yourself as a team, and really using these 15 games to prepare for the finals. And it's a little bit unfortunate that that's kind of a big part of the focus, but we can also allow ourselves to speculate maybe what the finals will look like through how these games are going to be played out through the Super Weekend.
An early drop for 4 teams. That is really quite close there. Super Young roster down in their usual Primorsk, Shockwave around that Ferry Pier split. The newer entry, that 5 teams in the Southwest, XTEAM and 4 Romanian Boys, both playing around that sort of quarry area. Very, very difficult to navigate for both of those teams. I think Lao at the most danger right now on the western side. A huge eastern shift on the circle as well. Potential for a military island circle. This southwestern corner of the map just got hot.
Especially with phase 1 shifting heavily over to the southeast. We're going to see a barrage of players coming in from the western edge of the circle. So FTY need to be very careful. Giants also need to be very careful. we know that they have taken their time through a number of these Erangel games moving out of Pachinki. To me, this is one where they should be looking to move out relatively early, rotate in around the kind of underside of Potato Hill would be a pretty viable strong spot. Of course, the unfortunate potential is that we could have a military island finish, and that does put a little bit of doubt into the minds of these players.
Penta already on that military island. Not going to be having that entry on the eastern side for SWAT69 just yet. They have yet to make that full rotate on the vehicles right now. But a lot of the southern drops. TJB went up to North George, big up to Severny. Big up to Severny. There you go. I like that. It's a phrase. But they are all the way up on that north side. Game Lord's going to be the arbiters on the northern edge. So I'm looking at where are Big going to be rotating. Are they going to be swinging around that direction? TJB, are they going to try and move south of the river early or swing around Stauber? So Game Lord, I think, are going to have maybe two teams potentially pushing in behind them.
One thing that I've noticed, and it's definitely also a product of the playing path being more beneficial for teams up north rather than on the southeast at least, is that Eastern Stars have gone not so heavily towards Milta power, even with vehicles. That is clearly a product of the fact that Unicorns Love aren't in this super weekend. So a good landmass area around the eastern side is more viable. Even Real Tigers 9 going for a deeper 4-person split inside this game one.
Now taking shots over towards XTEAM. We knew they were dropping close to each other, making his presence known. XTEAM,
Great.
They are getting away with it. They are getting behind cover. They are getting behind those ridge lines and will survive.
Good stuff from Lau. It's important that they're able to send those little bits of messages and suppressing shots over onto XTEAM. It's going to make hopefully their push into the edge of the circle a little bit more viable. The one benefit that XTEAM have to the risk that they took is that they not only grabbed an extra vehicle for themselves, but they've taken that vehicle potentially away from 4 Romanian boys. We've mentioned it before, John, when you're able to eliminate a quick path line for an opposing team, it makes their job harder and your job a lot easier.
XTEAM are faster on the rotate, though, this time around. And 4 Romanian boys are going to have them to... Well, XTEAM are going to move to the north end of Quarry. And in fact... looking to potentially get ahead of 4 Romanian boys now. If 4 Romanian boys stick there, it's not ideal.
But it's a clear awareness by XTEAM, in my opinion, of what they've been able to do by take those vehicles away. And I always say, John, when you're able to understand that and then adjust and adapt yourself to what you've been able to pull out, it's great. Shockwave rotating into the western edge of the circle. A lovely 4-man push when they have an anchor point. Addis is there on his own. He's going to get knocked in. This is what I talked about with FTY. Why aren't they aware of the fact that we're 5.5, 6 minutes in? Teams who dropped on the west because of that very southwesterly initial point on the playing path are going to be swinging in. There's no need for that to happen.
A little bit too far away from each other for FTY. It looked like they did start that eastern rotation just a little bit. Maybe just too slow on that rotation to regroup. Beg for Mercy moving a little bit deeper in now, and FTY. The player up to that north. Nox looking to potentially regroup here. There are teammates across the way. Nightmare leaning out those windows, but Shinyo needs to be on the spray. Looking good for one, and they have to divert. That's going to save the teammate. Excellent presence holding that. Shinyo once more steps out onto the balcony, but doesn't quite land the spray on that second time around. Nice regroup there, but Nox in too much danger for their liking.
There's still 2 more XTEAM players to get close by to FTY, and I'd like to see them maybe swing a little bit more north on that farm area so they don't potentially get shut out from the vehicles. And this is just a prime example of how much quicker XTEAM have been in the early parts of this game compared to FTY, especially with how the phase 1 circle has popped up. XTEAM dropped on the west. Yes, they technically would have been looting up earlier in the game compared to FTY, but they're ahead of FTY now on the map. They're ahead in terms of position. They're back in their kind of homeland of Milta. This is some really strong stuff from XTEAM. The risk was there of maybe losing a player, but they have been able to rotate into the circle as a full squad in a nice central point. It's a good start from XTEAM in the Super Weekend number 3.
Absolutely, and you can remember as well. Last time they played around this bridge, it was both Big and Game Lord who really came a cropper on that location. I mean, they did a lot of damage from that eastern bridge. They've gone up to Milta, so they're not quite in the same position, but they are absolutely comfortable fighting in this area. Good to see. For Romanian Men, moving through ahead of Romanian Boys. Romanian Boys very, very slow compared to XTEAM on this rotate. They're going to get caught up in a little bit of a scuffle with Romanian Men. Potentially Giants if they want to try and save Nano Baby. And behind the ridgeline gets away with, well, staying a little bit too late. Rana hops out, tries to go for the spray, but needs to get back in for that pursuit. Somehow Nano gets the regroup.
Is there something about it being the first game of the Super Weekend where players are somewhat sluggish for the most part? And I don't want to say I told you so, Giants, but I told you so. It's something that they needed to be aware of. None of them have disengaged away from Pachinki. They're still locked in the city, and now you're going to have 4 Romanian Men. Luckily, Potato Hill is still relatively unoccupied inside this phase 1, but Team Doom are somewhat close to it. So are TJB a little bit. Okay, they're a little bit further spread out, to be fair. And phase 2 shifts up towards the northwest. This is definitely a relieving circle shift, John, for a lot of these players because it eliminates a massive potential of a military island finish. Even though Penta has gone towards that eastern bridge, I would low-key recommend them to go over to the western side, wait a little bit longer, and then see what they can do crossing on the western bridge.
Super young roster. Moving into the north side of Romanian Boys, who are spiking out. Popping a couple of shots their way. Super young roster out in the blue. A lot of them actually fairly low on those health bars. Boosters, sure, ticking them up, but they really don't want to come into contact right now. So skirting around that Romanian Boys blockade, probably very wise. South Pachinki Hills, not really occupied. Here we go with Giants and Doom as they leave from that Pachinki position. Team Doom moving down south. You said Potato Hill was free, but it's going to be contested now on the northern throes of it.
Yeah, Giants a little bit slow on phase 1, a bit quicker on phase 2, but I think they could have set up for a stronger engagement. They've now lost 2 players, even though Doom got a knock on got 0 knocked. It's been a double elimination for Giants, and it's not really a good start. And again, that's just a product of slow rotations on phase 1, which have allowed Doom to get the advantage in this little bit of a firefight. And Giants down to 2 players. The center of the circle is still relatively busy, more on the southern side in around the farm area. Shockwave, Clear Vision, FTY, XTEAM, Penta, all around the kind of south central part of phase number 2, John.
Lang Z, very close to this. Will have heard those shots. Low HP for TJB. Well, they are no strangers to the blue. They know what's up. Northern side now, as Big and Game Lord contesting it out. Big, I think they came across the river. They didn't go past Yasnaya, but they are ahead of Game Lord right now. They are a little bit further south with Game Lord skirting around on the northern side.
This is a fight that we've seen a couple of times between Big and Game Lord. They clash from the northern edge of the circle. TJB gonna potentially get involved as well. However, Game Lord are looking to disengage as we're getting close to phase number 3 popping up. Beast takes a couple of shots into GK. They connect. It's a knockdown.
Far from sluggish on that one. Nice spray onto GK first. Crunches them again against the picnic table. That's not fun for all the family. TJB down to 3.
Swave turned into a teddy bear because that's where they have their picnic, right? To get that elimination point onto GK on the run over. TJB, just a heavy split. Once again, slow rotations. It's typical of what we've seen, and it was just a matter of being caught out. Like, Lin is all the way down on the more central eastern side of the circle, right? And his 3 teammates kind of nowhere near him. Some weird rotations from TJB, and I just continue to trust the process a little bit less throughout these games. It remains to be seen as phase 3 is about to pop up. Can FTY stay in a strong spot? No, not this time. A big shift up the northwest away from Military Island. Potato Hill is a calling home.
I tell you what, though, this is good for Team Doom. They are on a side of the circle that no one's really going to look to skirt towards. They might be able to fight in just a little bit as well. The difficulty, obviously, is that Giants currently hold Potato Hill. So their entry point into this next circle will be all important. But it's good news. Look at that south cluster. 3 teams all converging on one another. Shockwave, what is that? Super Young roster, TJB, and 4 Romanian men literally on top of each other right now.
Oh, it's definitely the best circle shift Doom could have asked for. But they're going to have to definitely still be careful. TJB, once again, losing a player. Langzy taking a couple of shots. 3 teams involved. Super Young roster are there. Nali gets knocked. This is a little bit crazy. 4 Romanian men are still around. They could get into the mix.
Looks like they will, as well, as they're going to be able to find one and take out TJB from the fight. But 2 players down from Super Young roster. They are just over the hill. They pick up that 3rd, leaving them 1 player to stand against the 4 Romanian men on the south side. I imagine they're going to want to go out hunting here. Elendo flushed. Where is the final player? Tam Tam crashing that buggy over the wall. Needs to get teammates back up. You know that you need to commit to this one. 4 Romanian men potentially worried about third parties here as they know the teams on the eastern side going to be pushing through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In theory, they should be pushing this, and I understand why they're not because of potential third party, but you also don't want to allow Super Young roster to get back up as a 3-man team. Most definitely, even a duo does pose a little bit of a threat. Sarah gets eyes on that, is going to throw out shots in towards the smoke, but I believe the revive should be executed by Super Young roster.
Super Young roster picking up the pieces in this fight. Somehow going to be back up to 3 players standing. Healing, not quite there just yet, but Homodi takes a forwards position, a scouting position. Clear Vision's bringing up the rear, and 4 Romanian men's time in this fight is dwindling. They need to be worried about this third party now, even more pressingly. Pushing up for Rana, Nade potentially coming in through the window. Homodi needs to be lucky to be able to avoid this one. Rana, where are you putting it? Downstairs. In come the third parties. I think those were shots from the back.
Yes, they were, and All King gets knocked. So good awareness by Redox. That's some strong teamwork. But again, why didn't you push out when you had Super Young roster down to solo? A little bit of a slow response as Tam Tam gets a knock on the do.
Pushes through into the building now. Rana close by will have spotted this through the doorway. Can load up that nade. It's cooking, it's cooking, it's gone.
Oh
Tam
my
Tam
God.
low, but doesn't go down. Survives for a second. This is sprayable. Sarah repositioning now into the fight. Super Young roster fighting for the compound. They get that forward push, and 2 players from 4 Romanian men are down. There's a pad in the middle of it. Rana holds the door frame, looks for one, but can't quite get that knock. Rana finally falling. Super Young roster dominating the battlefield here, picking up the pieces and solving the puzzle.
I think we can both agree that 4 Romanian men had about a 25 to 30 second opportunity to push onto Super Young roster when they were down to just 1 player. They didn't. I understood why initially. Then they decided they wanted to. They took a 3v4 fight, which was essentially a 3v3 fight, by the way, because Redux was covering behind them on the clear vision, and they ended up losing it. So poor from 4 Romanian men at the start of the Super Weekend.
Let's talk about the circle shift, though. It goes down, south, east after a hard northwest shift. Team Doom now very close to Game Lord from top to bottom. There's fighting going on. Unreal with the backup of Mert. Akashi and Victor in the building. Narblo and Trazen up top. Akashi goes down, and Mert standing tall for now. Spray through the door, but can't hold off Victor for much longer. Will go down there. Team Doom, 2 players forward. They are not turning around. 2 players is how they'll play from here on out.
I feel bad for Doom because you really don't expect a team to be rotating this side of Potato Hill, especially with the circle shift that we saw in Phase 4. That's low-key a product of Game Lord. Just having fun. Luckily, Frosty is able to slow down Game Lord and gets a knock in the vehicle onto Narvello.
Really nice to put the scares in them. I'm not too sure about going for the res out in the zone. I don't think it's resable at this stage. So the player who was stuck out there just going to be holding on to the meds. Yeah, Kashi down at the moment and will go all the way out. Not going to be able to get that one back up. So a Game Lord, they're down to 3 effective.
Big down to a duo as they take the fight against XTEAM. It's definitely going in the arms of XTEAM right now. Beg for Mercy swinging through. Good blanketed movement by XTEAM, right? Having Beg for Mercy on that side angle, knowing where Big are, they have them isolated around this shack.
XTEAM take another, get the flush onto 1, get the flush onto 2. XTEAM taking this fight well. They moved fast, they moved effectively, and now they're moving against Big.
Oh no. Oh,
another nade over the top. They're right close to each other, but the push comes through. Beg for Mercy in the open. Needs the refrag, but Nightmare falls as well. Beg for Mercy flushed. Nightmare in the crosshairs, and Big looking to turn this one around. We've seen them do miracles. We've seen them work wonders here in Erangel, in the PMPL for Western Europe, and now Big and Swave moving as a pair against Zombie. Eastern Stars on the ridgeline, and there's more to do. Zombie will not fall just yet. Finally eliminated. Team Doom going down in the meantime. A bad first entry for their run, and Eastern Stars looking to take out Big as well.
Yeah, great opportunity by Eastern Stars to pick up the third party and really kind of finish both of those teams off. There's so much that's going on in this game that's really kind of hard to keep up. It's even hard to talk about it because as soon as one fight ends, another one is happening. Penta on a spread going up against FTY. I believe that's K-Boy left in his own. Indeed, it is the case.
Not going down without a fight, though. Able to pop those nades down the stairs, and Manu will get eliminated. Flushed as well from clear visions across the way. Through that door, Super Young roster under fire in the middle of the circle. Nades being cooked up by Dwas. The repositions are good for now. FTY with their last player. But he's getting bombarded. They are isolating these positions. Smokes to slow things down. That could be good. Dwas pops it in and gets a lot of damage, a whole helping of it. Last first aid in the back pocket for Kaleboy. Around the corner, Penta send it. They are going to push in through this smoke, find them, and take them down. Effective.
I don't know if they knew that Kaleboy was last player standing. If they did, they should have pushed that without the nades. If they didn't, I get why they waited a little bit of time.
Tam Tam around the edges. Trazer not stepping up just yet, but down in the dirt, you know Tam Tam's there. Amodi, last player for Super Young roster, steps up to Narvalo and gets rebuffed. Game Lord, alive with 2.
It's just Game Lord doing Game Lord things, having fun, going for eliminations, going for fights, and they're coming out on top. Eastern Stars with the circle centering up are going to have a bit of a tough task as they enter the circle from that eastern side. Real Tigers 9 in an absolutely fantastic position on the high ground in the northern edge of the circle.
Oh, there's another nade, another knock. A flush comes through, but it's returned in kind. 2 players alive now for Eastern Stars. Alking makes the push. Clear visions with 2, and Doran's down. It's just Octavian in a 1 versus 2 now.
I don't know if Clear Vision are fully aware. I know they were the ones to get the knocks in the Eastern Stars, but as a duo, they're a little bit careful entering into this building.
They don't know that it's not a full force squad. They've counted 3 players down and out, but Octavian getting out, that's going to give them a little bit of a sigh of relief now. Shockwave on the south side of them have complete oversight on this fight.
I appreciate the fact that Eastern Stars pushed in and went for the crash. We don't see that enough from the PMPL EUS teams, and because of Eastern Stars being just so secure in these Super Weekend games, they can afford to take these kind of risks, take these kind of chances.
Stopping the peek from the window, Seiko mollies the position. Alking push to the back there. Upstairs in the building. Real Tigers 9 moving in from that north side. 7 teams remain, and both of Team Doom's catch-up targets are still alive. This is a disastrous first game for one of the very few pieces of volatility we had in it. But can Game Lord bring up that chicken dinner total to 7? We'll have to wait and see.
You're looking for another $1,000 as a duo? For most teams, you say, no, it is impossible.
Oh.
But we see what Game Lord have been able to do as a solo, never mind as a duo.
And they get the shift as well. I mean, how much more perfectly set up can you be for it? Shockwave will have to leave the compound. Clear Visions making that move as well in their future, certainly. PENTA try to make that cross, get Muzi there, get that foothold, but they are under the purview of Real Tigers 9.
And Clear Vision going up against Shockwave. Whoever comes out on top of this could also put pressure on the PENTA inside the edge of the circle. SWAT69 is a full squad down in the southwest. Samo gets his shots off. Good play.
Nightmare very low, drops to the deck, knows they want to go for the heal. Tiger moves on up, potential to guard out this ridge line, but he sprays, he lines them up again, and Samo, he's tearing Shockwave apart. Finally able to sit him down, but with Tigers, the last standing, Alking still alive. Hole scouting out this area. Here comes the push, suppressing on that ridge line. They're committing to this res, can't get over the wall. Oh, that time is so crucial. Tigers hops over, what's the challenge? On the spin, and finally Shockwave take care of Clear Visions.
Real disconnected play from Clear Vision as Samo was doing all the work. What the hell was All King doing? Just sitting in the vehicle reading a newspaper? That should have been a two-man push off the double initial knocks that came through for Samo.
Clean nade through the window. Holes, no chance there. Only one player now for PENTA. Muzi on the further northern side. 2 players standing for Shockwave with 3 eliminations, final 6.
4 Romanian Boys whittled down to a solo. SWAT69 on the southwestern edge of the circle are being barraged by nades from Kime of 4 Romanian Boys. Game Lord also doing what they can to slow all of these teams around them.
SWAT69 took some heavy hits there, but will be able to regather themselves. Game Lord further ahead. It's Kime. He's got the VSS. Are they even going to know where he's shooting him from? He's back down in the grass.
Love, it's great to see the
no
VSS being played out. He actually got the squad right before being taken out by Real Tigers 9. Incredible solo play from Kime.
Power of the VSS, the suppressed sniper in those late circles. It's so hard to hear. SWAT69 had no clue where they were getting shot from, or if they did, there was not that much they could do about it. Shockwave now taking that punishment. 4 Romanian Boys down in 5th place after getting that squad wipe on to SWAT69. But that is a lot of points that Kime just earned for the team.
Real Tigers 9, the only team up as a full squad. This is 4v2v1v1.
Ooh. There's the shift. With Game Lord on the long side of it as well. Will be guarding everyone. 3 teams now remain as Shockwave fall in 4th.
Real Tigers 9, in my opinion, need to just crash the building that Game Lord has. I understand why they want to get rid of Muzi first, but as they step up, if they're too slow in the swivel, Game Lord are going to punish them.
Smoke's blooming on the cross. Real Tigers 9 repositioning. Really strong hard cover. And Real Tigers 9 don't know where everyone is. Muzi pops that smoke to guard off Michu's position. Hardman repositioning there. Look at the spread that Real Tigers 9 are operating with now.
I appreciate the rotation from Hardman. I think he's doing a great job of helping his team gain some control in the edge of the circle.
Muzi isolates a player from Real Tigers 9 and chips away at their defenses. Narvalo and Trazen on the inside track. Mango from the northern side. Hardman on the west. And just Muzi standing. He's been spotted, but shots returned immediately to the position.
One thing I worry about with Real Tigers 9, though, is that they're too heavily spread. There's going to be no bounce back. There's going to be little trade coming through as Narvalo chucks out a nade.
A little bit to the side, a little bit short as well. Not going to be good for it. Spray to Muzi from Nazgod, but immediately hops out the buggy. Spotted Nazgod. An eagle-eye hawk, but Hardman finally gets the angle, and Mango takes the buggy up in flames. In the meantime, though, Nazgod down. It's 2v2.
This is what I worried about with Real Tigers 9. That's why I recommended the crash could have come through. The cover of the building gives Game Lord just so much. With Real Tigers 9 split, it's easy pickings for Game Lord.
Trazen on the outside as well gives Narvalo the chance to stay in this hard cover. They have that leg up. I wonder how many smokes they have left. Mango already dropping that backpack. Needs to keep a low profile on these shimmies. They know where he is, though. Narvalo opens the door. That's a threat.
This is Game Lord's game. Although the circle has shifted away, it's centered up. None of these teams inside the circle.
Potential for Trazen to crawl around, get some high ground, get some angles. And that's what he's doing there. Playing in the shrubs. Hardman. Gonna be worried. Novello's kind of dominating this circle from this position, but needs to be worried about how he's gonna get out. Weapon equipped for Mango. He knows he's in there. That's the smoke coming out, and this is move time for Game Lord. Once those smokes start to bloom, Novello will leave, and they'll try and take control central.
I think they're only going to smoke where Novello is and leave Trazen a little bit more out in the open, because you do want to give yourself some form of vision as Mango pushes forward with the nade.
Hardman as well, popping those smokes, popping those nades over the top to try and slow down any exit from the building. Real Tigers 9, I think, moving fairly effectively here. The question is, can they handle Trazen?
They're focused too much on Novello because of the smokes.
Potentially. But Novello's now out. Down in the smoke. Nade from the off angle, but it's one crossed over. Novello under threat. Damage taken. Novello low. Mango also taking a little bit of damage. Hardman moving forwards. No meds, and Novello falls first. Mango opens it up. It's just Trazen for Game Lord. Do they know where he is? Did they spot that nade coming from the off angle? They want this flush onto Novello, but Mango is isolated away from Hardman. He'll have seen that. He'll know exactly where this player is. He knows where Mango is too. It's all on this spray transfer. Looks for one, but he can't find Mango. No, he's moved to the side. Trazen spotted him. Real Tigers 9 take down Game Lord in the sneakiest finish to boot.
After what was one of the craziest and wildest games I've seen in PMPL Western Europe, it was a really good way to close things out. That 2v2 allowed us to really kind of nail things down in how both of these teams are playing it in the end. It was well coordinated by Real Tigers 9 as two separate players. They took their time. I do think for the most part, Game Lord were in control. Novello was doing a lot of a real lot of dictating with those smokes, and the distraction was there. If Trazen had stepped up earlier, i.e. before Novello got knocked, then it would have been Game Lord's game. But I think a slight misstep in coordination and communication lost Game Lord the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult in those final moments.
It is.
We have so much more information. Obviously, we can see exactly where everyone is in these circles. So it's easier for us to be able to know that. But if you don't know that that player's pushing, if you don't know that Mango's isolated, he's pushed around that smoke, and then you don't have the time once that's communicated to be able to effectively use that. In fact, we saw Mango repositioning back out the smoke. Also, very, very fortunate for Mango to be able to sidestep that spray from Trazen right at the end to stay alive, to keep himself as the main target, because that allowed his teammate to step up, take care of business, and Trazen goes down.
And I do have to throw a lot of respect to Mango in those final moments. When the smoke came out from Novello, he actually went into the smoke, right? Because that was an offensive smoke by Novello to try and block the vision on Mango. And by Mango pushing into the smoke, he actually then had the edge of the smoke to kind of get just a little bit of information on where Novello was initially. So great reaction from Mango specifically as Hardman covered the other angle.
I really liked that ending. I think it was really, really good fun. I think it was a demonstration of really good principles on a lot of fronts. So I'm very happy with how that played out. I think either team deserved that. Whoever got it in the end. Of course, Real Tigers 9 taking it at those final moments really effectively. The big storyline over this weekend really isn't looking good for Team Doom right now. No. They went down a lot earlier after an unfortunate conflict with Game Lord themselves and ended up in a position where Shockwave and Romanian Boys were both in, I think it was top 6 in the finishes. It's not ideal.
What word would you use to describe that's bigger than a mountain, right? Because that's what it is for Team Doom from game 2 onwards.
Really bloody big, I'll tell you that much. But let's go to a break. We'll come back with the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022 season. Jason Kaplan, Maxman, Kalaris at the very end. We had our first match now done and finished off here, gentlemen. Well, our always, I don't know where I'm going with that one. We're definitely set on a couple of teams in particular there for Romanian Boys and, of course, Team Doom, and we'll check in with how they did in just a little bit. But you guys at home, keep in mind, if you guys are watching PMPL through the bottom right there, right under Max. Come on, Max, give it nice little hand gestures.
I can't
Why are you
get it.
scratching its head?
I'm trying to get it.
Trying to grab it?
Okay, I'll just display it. There you go.
So production, if we can move that under Kalaris instead of
Okay.
under Max.
I'll do
No,
it
you guys
justice.
watch and earn rewards through the 15th to 17th of April. Just make sure you head into the Esports Center on those days. But we still have a little bit of time until we get there. I believe that's actually going to be for the finals for Western Europe, and I can't wait to see which teams advance into the European regionals. But for now, let's focus in on the match standings, right? Let's see how many points the teams got to really focus in on our two teams in particular. Obviously, Real Tigers 90K getting the chicken dinner, getting an extra $1,000 themselves is fantastic. It's phenomenal. Even Game Lord getting another 20 points added to the tally.
Yeah.
But for Romanian Boys and Shockwave on the front page, 12 and 10 points. That's not a good sign for Team Doom.
Yeah, if you're a Team Doom fan right now, this is like the worst case scenario. This is the worst timeline you could be in right now. Is Shockwave for Romanian Men, Boys, getting himself a really good start, and them having, what was that, 2 eliminations and 0 placement points, and they crashed right into Game Lord 2, Kalaris, right? It was like the worst game you could have ever asked for, unfortunately, for the side of Team Doom. So they need to catch up, and as Imperium stated also at the start of that game, right? When they have one bad game, the average need to get per game increases, and it's going to be happening like that again and again and again. So rough start for them.
Yeah, as you say, running into a team like Game Lord, worst thing that can possibly happen in a game like this right now, considering they are just going to be playing for the frags. Well, arguably they're going to be playing for wins, because of course it rewards yourself that $1,000 at the very end of one. But you know, with that usually comes eliminations on the path to victory. And Game Lord were almost able to get this one if it wasn't for Real Tigers 9 coming up the rear.
Why did that sound so odd? Was that just
Yeah.
me, Max, or did it sound odd to you as well?
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to talk after. I was like, yeah,
It's a racing term. You guys are weird.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I mean, you brought up a racing term that only you know, I guess, on this this desk. It's like bringing up your WrestleMania references when Max and I don't watch it either.
That's Imperium bringing up the WrestleMania references. Anyway, moving
I'm
on.
pretty sure that was a Kalaris.
After none of it?
I'm just kidding. Let's move on to the second page, though. Let's see what the other teams did here. We can see Team Doom 2 points. Now, I will give them this. If they went out in zero place in 0 eliminations, I'd be like, okay, this is rough times for Team Doom. The fact they have 2 eliminations, to me, like I think they understand the gravity of the situation and how they have to get big points, and they went for something. It just didn't work out ideally for them in the end.
I don't know about that, because the 2 eliminations they got
Okay.
right, Kalaris, if I'm not mistaken, was Giants literally rotating right next to them. They explode one car. They're like, oh, 2 eliminations. Oh, great, amazing. It was not them actively seeking it out. I have the impression it's just them playing edge very heavily too. They were northwest and they went over to the western side where they did encounter Game Lord. It's not like game-changing gameplay from Team Doom. This is something you would have seen them do in the past. So sure, they get 2 eliminations. It's a good. It could have been worse, right? They could have got 0. They could have got 1. Technically, that is worse. But it's not them actively going for it.
That's fair.
A cautious start, I think, here for Team Doom. I mean, if you're thinking about where they were when these eliminations come in, it was very much so edge of a circle that haphazardly, after an initial eastern circle, shifted west a few times, right? And when you're edge in that situation, what would you have done if it had kept shifting east? Because you would have been miles away from it, right? So yeah, I think, but as you're saying, Jason, I think we need more flair out of them if this is going to be a realistic possibility of them catching up to the other teams that have already now bagged themselves double digits on the other side of it with, of course, Shockwave and Kemi. Sorry, I mean for Romanian Boys.
Same thing.
It's just unfortunate, right? Because it's your first super weekend. You want to fill up the lobby. You want to get used to what's happening, but you're forced to, like, no, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to get comfortable with the lobby. You just have to pedal to the metal, foot on the gas. Another racing term there. I got in there. Just ASAP. Anyways, let's maybe take a look at their stats then. Team Doom. Hopefully that's the first term we look at here, and their player stats to see again who was doing some decent damage, who was trying to maybe step for the team. Frosty, 328 damage done with the 1 elimination. But obviously as we're going to see here, like we need more. We need more out of them.
Exactly. I think also you got that saying wrong. I think it's metal to the pedal.
That's the
Jason.
one.
I think that's how it's said actually. Yeah, I don't
You
know.
might be
I
onto
think that's how
something.
But looking at this, as we said, right, this is not some play-making game from them. They're not going to be aiming for that top position. And you called it cautious also, Kalaris. Cautious is fine, depending on the situation. Cautious when you need to do an epic comeback and to catch up to potentially get 150 points in one super weekend.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough. You need the perfect mix of elimination. You need to get the perfect mix also of placement points. Both of those points accumulated together could allow you to make it that far, but if you focus too much on one, I think that might be your downfall at the end.
No, indeed. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Mert here on the list, second in damage, 1 elimination. He's actually only played 4 matches across all league play days. So usually it's Koa 77, right? And Koa 77 MVP. He's played 24 matches. He's not here right now. I don't know whether that's because they want to sub him out or he's not free. Frosty's played 20 across league play. Unreal's played 20. Zero's played 20. So interesting choice, actually. Again, I'm not sure the situation surrounding it necessarily, but that's something we definitely need to pay attention to see if Koa comes back or if Mert will be a permanent addition in the Super Weekend.
It's actually weird because Koa was the top fraggles of the Team Doom last league player.
Yeah, we're both thinking on the same page here, and it was quite a significant margin as well. If I think he had something like 24 eliminations at some point. Next was 0,
24?
like 16 or something. So yeah, there is a difference there, and maybe he just can't play right now. Maybe they're bringing him in later, but I think if you want to keep your hopes alive here for Team Doom, I think you gotta have Koa in.
To be fair, though, for Mert, I mean, if you just extrapolate like some numbers, right? He's played 4 matches across league plays, as I mentioned before. He has 6 eliminations. If you played out 20 matches, you multiply obviously everything by 5, he would be on 30 elims. So technically, like, if he could, 5 times 6, if he did play more of these matches, theoretically, he could actually be putting up bigger numbers than everyone on the team. So that's also an interesting factor. But again, it could have just been one good game. It could have been maybe like a really good match they had where they had a ton of limbs and he was playing. We don't know the actual situation necessarily, but something to keep an eye on, I guess. But let's maybe look towards Keme, or Romanian Boys. Maybe their player stats in the last match as well, and see if Keme again, oh, what a surprise, leading the team, the superstar here, with 4 eliminations.
I think the thing that impresses me most about this is, yes, they were kind of playing salvage down towards the bottom. Some of their movements, they got a little bit fortunate with a lot of these Western shifts for the circles to try and make themselves get the points here. Keme survives, and then all of a sudden, Keme only has a VSS. And then all of a sudden, Swat69, who we felt should have been a bit more proactive given their position, right, Max? So they could, we feel like they could have gone down, crashed in on Game Lord, and tried to make something happen there. They didn't do that, and they fall to a cross spray from this VSS by Keme, which was the perfect time for him to strike, getting themselves effectively 10 points on the board.
It's Keme, right? We know it from the very start. We still have that little bit of a lingering hope that we're going to be seeing Lao, Boko, Royal, especially set up eventually. That'll be the big hope for the team, but it's not happening just now. I mean, if Keme still gets these amount of points every single game, it should be enough for them to secure their spot in top 16. But going into the league finals, it's only 8 teams making it up there, so this would not be enough, I would say.
And again, just to point this out, Royals played 11 matches out of every match they played total. I mean, Keme has 39, Tudor has 34, Lao has 28, Poco has 27, Fury has 17. So Royal being the 6 behind the second lowest on the team. It's an interesting sign again. Like, are they just trying to get in some experience before going to the finals so they can be more confident with some backups or some substitutions? Is there something else in the team that's going on? Do they maybe they just feel confident they're going to qualify, so might as well just let them play a little bit of matches here? I'm not sure the situation necessarily, but again, it's really interesting to see what is going to be going on throughout the rest of today and of course the next 2 days. But let's take a look at the schedule, because the next match, as you can see there, is 50 seconds away until we get into our second match of the day, which will be on, of course, what, Max?
Miramar. Yes.
I was curious if you'd be like unsure and you would like kind of question like Miramar?
I expect the trick questions now. It's fine.
I'm trying to bait him.
All this time I've been testing you with trying to host. You're just catching on. You're spot on. You'll be replacing me next season. But you know what's replacing us right now? Our casters. Let's head over to them as we get second match underway.
That's right. We're here to replace Jason for no other purpose than that. We're going to get rid of him. He's been here too long. He's just too tall. He doesn't fit through the doors anymore. It's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work out for us. We can't be dealing with Jason anymore here. Without fitting through these doors, it's just awful. Sometimes he gets caught in the door. I can't quite get to work that way. It is awful, but today I was able to squeeze between his arms, which was an ordeal to say the least, but an ordeal coming up here will be Miramar. A slightly more unenjoyable map, as we always mention here. I did love Max's rendition of Miramar, which I'm not going to repeat myself because I would not do it justice. But yeah, getting
you roll your R's?
soon. I can roll my R's, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
But stop challenging me. What are you doing? What is this? I don't like this.
I just
you
I'll just give you a challenge. What are you
Stop
gonna
it.
do? I'm doing it.
You sent me off kilter there. I don't like that.
I
at
really
all.
have done.
You have. But
Tapped
yeah,
your wing.
this Super Weekend, it's big for Team Doom. That's about it, really. But again, it's just a lot of these teams now showing their dominance. And so far, you know, I said in league play, I would be disappointed if Game Lord don't get a first or second place. I'm going to go straight on Jason's bandwagon and say I'd be disappointed if they don't get first.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so. Step up from that second place now. With Team Doom only getting 2 points on that first game, and for Romanian Boys and Shockwave both getting pretty deep into it, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Unicorns of Love, obviously very, very safe right now in that third place currently on the overall league play, Super Weekend standing, sorry. Obviously not playing this Super Weekend, but they still have a 22-point lead over Big. That will probably close Clear Visions, probably looking to leapfrog them as well. The playing path from Oasis down to Los Leones.
Absolutely, and I think this Super Weekend right now is all about earning as much money as you can from these Super Weekend. Get those $1,000 for hitting those chicken dinners. I mean, if you can pump it up, even if you're a lower team down in the lobby, getting those points absolutely nice. I mean, Real Tigers 9, they're doing fairly well for themselves, but a win like that is big for them because they get a fair bit of money from 10th place, getting those chicken dinners in. I think for Romanian Boys, though, getting Keme into that final circle there with the 4 eliminations and the 10 points total, that's going to make life very hard for Team Doom. You can see they only got 2 points last game. It is not what you want. And again, this is a moving target, and it could go up, you know, it could stay still, but it's not something you can really rely on. At the moment, Team Doom just need to get consistent top 3s. That's basically the way they get in, it's consistent top 3s.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's so difficult for them right now with an 81-point differential. Circle goes all the way away from them as well to the north side of Miramar. They dropped out late south of Los Leones, all the way south of it, and will be on the back foot here. On the northern side, though, there's a little bit of conflict. XTEAM and TJB on the north end.
We do have our 2022 PMCO Spring registrations now open. That's through March 31st through till April 13th. So sign up, grab the prizes. You know, we always want to encourage more teams coming into the actual scene. And, you know, PMCO is a great place to start. It's where we started, me and you, John. It's where everyone else can start. Maybe you can get to a PMPL. I can't get to a PMPL, but maybe you can, and that's what matters.
Yeah, you can find the link on the live chat pin message and join PMCO with your squad at esports.pubgmobile.com/PMCO. Head over, check out that link, and of course, you will be able to get amongst it. Get amongst it. And maybe, like Team Doom, you'll have a chance one day. Maybe.
Perhaps. And a chance is all you need at the end of the day to get into prestigious finals like this one. And so far, well, that's what we're following. We're following the Team Doom train, watching all these teams just duke it out. PENTA finally get a shot over towards Minus over here. He will go down, be Terminus now.
That's right. Knocked out in the open. Very, very difficult to get back to that one. Shockwave going down. Obviously, a little bit better news, or going down a play, a little bit better news for Team Doom, and we'll be keeping track of that as things go forwards, but not going to lose any more than the one just now. At least you'd hope not.
Yeah, I think for Team Doom at the moment, like, even if Shockwave go down, it doesn't matter. Because, like, 126 points, I think that is just, unless they have the most awful Super Weekend, that is just out of range. And if we look at Game Lord, right, I think they were on almost, I think it was 409 points last game on the very first game of the day before they got that second place. It's almost 200 points a Super Weekend, which is excessive to say the least. And Team Doom has to replicate something like this in this Super Weekend. That's the difficult thing. Like, they're going to have to replicate something huge. If Romanian Boys hadn't have made it into this Super Weekend, you know, I definitely think that chance would be up like 60-70%, right? But now that they're in, it is very, very slim. Very, very slim chances. However, I said this about Team Doom right at the beginning of the league play. I was like, they're off our radar. We're not talking about Team Doom. We're not talking about RESQ. We're not talking about 5 threats. And Team Doom proved me wrong. And now it's time to do it again because I'm naysaying you right now, which means you perform well. That's how that works.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
How it works on most of these teams, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so. Giants at the moment in Ladriera. There you go. It's a bit of a fun one to say. Sorry, in Monte Nuevo, actually, just a little bit further north. I even got the position wrong. And they are going to be looking to play from that southwestern edge. Pretty chill right now for them. No one directly ahead, but these next circles probably going to push them into harm's way. There's a road directly from Monte Nuevo all the way up to San Martin, which is going to be very, very treacherous as teams start to move northwards.
Yeah, you just wanted to say Ladriera, didn't you?
I did. I saw the 2 L's and I was like, ooh.
Oh, I'm on that. Give me that. I love a bit of pronunciation now and again.
On it like paella.
Paella? Paella. Why are you saying paella?
That's how you say it in Spanish. 2 L's, isn't it?
Paella.
Yeah.
So, why are we arguing over Spanish? We don't even speak Spanish.
Speak for yourself.
You take that back.
You're the one who made us say, I can't take what you said back. How's that going to work? Come on now. Be
you
reasonable.
put it back in the box. I unleashed it, and now it's your problem. For Romanian Men, down towards Los Leones, they're not really going to have to move too far into the circle, but later on is when it's going to pose some bigger problems. For Romanian Boys are not dropping on the southeast side of Los Leones this time, up towards Crater Field, so much easier spot for them, I'd say. You've got a lot of scouting to be done up here, and with the circle favoring you like this, happy days, right? I think for Team Doom, it's no longer a case of being able to predict where 4 Romanian Boys are going, because I do think that they are adapting on the fly to Team Doom, because this seems to be where they're heading right now, is around the areas that 4 Romanian Boys used to drop.
On the road again for them, still have to head northwards to Team Doom. FTY over in Minas Generalis, trying to look to get away from it, head a little bit more central. Very central positions right now between Crater Fields, Water Treatment, and Hacienda. So teams like, actually, Game Lord, very central right now. 4 Romanian Boys on the edge of Crater Fields. They've got a solid spot here.
Absolutely. I mean, like, it's all the scouting you need going forward. Game Lord, similarly, over towards Hacienda del Patron with some high ground to play around with here, which they can use to try and look out for any teams that might be coming to the circle. Just looking at the circle itself and those pain points at the moment, I'm looking over towards just underneath Picardo, coming towards Power Grid. You know, teams will be seeing you move through here, and it's a little bit treacherous ground all in all. 4 Romanian Boys, on the other hand, are going to try and get up top, stay up large. I mean, they are very central in the circle, and this is where I'd say this is a good play to go for, right? Because you know that the circle's not going to be moving too much away from you. Now, this is the fun part.
I love
Can we
this.
make it happen?
Spider-Man.
There we go.
Spider-Man does whatever a Spider-Man does. And he's up.
Can he sing? No, he can't.
Don't
Look out.
blame me.
It's John
I'm trying
Allen.
my best.
FTY coming up against Big at the moment. Knock's already knocked down. Haley Boy. He needs to find some shots here. Gets up high ground. We'll try and leverage that position. Big at the moment, kind of crushed into one corner. But with Beast on the off angle, does provide them a little bit of relief here.
It's difficult for FTY right now with 3 players not in this fight. Big can absolutely turn the tides on this position, on specifically Haley Boy, unless he gets some miraculous knock. Spot it out, legs cut out from underneath him. There's the 1-2 sweep from Big.
Yeah, and that's enabled entirely by Beast there. Really, really well done. And that's just knowing your compounds, right? Know where the exits are. Mickey is down, unfortunately. FTY looking to try and at least get an elimination point out of the back of this, but Swave is in. He's ready to assist. I don't think FTY is just close enough yet. Nades would prove a problem with the UAS being there. It does make it easy to nade out, as I say, and get the nade coming through.
They get the flush and a re-knock as well. So Big now on the back foot. 3 players from FTY. A reposition came through. Beast up the top. And a very, very split Big. If they get these knocks, these flushes as well, they can get this res until FTY decide to go for this push onto Swave.
Yeah, I do think that push up from Swave was a little bit dangerous there. Maybe Mickey has to get out of danger a bit quicker, because with the UIs pulling up like that, it's very, very obvious where to nade, because you have the sound cue as well. Molly over the top side there. Swave is able to get away with some nice smokes coming through from Mozero and Co. But yeah, Big will be down to 3. And this is a reoccurring trend now that needs to stop before we head into finals, which is losing a player early like this. And yeah, you can say that Big is just having fun with it, but I mean, GameLords is doing the same thing, but they don't necessarily have to lose one player in the early game.
Nox nade over the top. Beast hiding from it now. Swave still down. Just res now. Big up to 3. FTY not able to extra at that point onto their tallies, but Swave immediately put back down by Addis. Really nice find there for the FTY team. Going to keep the players down the bottom of the hill busy. Beast on this ridgeline, being pushed on, taken low, sprayed on out. FTY moving through this well. Mazzaro now caught, and Big, they are not going to be able to punch through this FTY hold.
Absolutely not. I think for Big right now, everything's gone wrong for them. I think the push-ups were not great. I do think that the way they've gone about this fight has just been a little bit poor, in my opinion. I think the initial start of it was fantastic, but the afterthoughts were not so great. And I think this is just a case of the big split far too often. Hopefully they can figure that out, honestly, because right now, Big is just struggling on Miramar. And again, like I said, if they want to be one of the top teams come finals, or want to even get that first place and steal it away from GameLord, they need to work out these problems that they're having on these maps. And it's also very hard for us to analyze this, because it is Super Weekend, and not really a lot of this matters at the moment for some of these teams. So perhaps they're not playing at full strength. It's just hard to tell. And I think when we get to finals, we will know. But Big, for the time being, perhaps just keeping cards close to the chest.
Swivel it around. Eastern Stars on the horizon. Nox turn their attention elsewhere, and one will fall. Doran goes down. Kapahala tagged on up low and will be ticked away. Mazzaro strikes out in the meantime, gets the flush onto Addis and brings them even. Really, really well positioned there for Mazzaro to be able to pick this one up. And Shinjo falls to Octavian over this ridgeline. And FTY, it looks like Eastern Stars have put their head on the swivel.
A little bit. Shinjo going down here is great news, and Big might be able to get themselves out of this situation. And this is what I mean, is that Big is a very good team, 100%, but it's these odd scenarios where it's like, why are they showing up now at this point in time? Being able to, you know, pull things back is always a good thing, but I'd rather it happen sooner than later.
Octavian, nade cooking, Nox with one as well. Sends it out just a little bit to the right there. Octavian, Kapahala, opposing side to this compound. Athis is still in this as well. And there's the knock. Octavian doesn't even look at it, but Nox falls down. Just Shinjo left. Big have taken this opportunity to keep themselves going. They've disengaged and setting around the south of Labanita. Another nade over in for Octavian.
Yeah, get him out the way. Eastern Stars, like you said, moving in from that eastern side of the map over towards Impala. They were always going to come into contact with this if they kept going on their current trajectory. So right now for Eastern Stars, after losing Doran, they would like to get out of this scenario with Shinjo going down. That would be perfect for them. And then they could get on their merry bikes and on their merry way. Because you do not want to be around here at the moment with San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picardo in your way. This is not a good position to be in, and losing one more is tragic for Eastern Stars.
Shinjo finally taken out, and Eastern Stars, as you say, lose a player to get that flush. Really well done for the players from FTY. For the team, it will add a point. They're on 4 eliminations, but they do not get any placements. Either way, they'll be okay. They'll be okay. As we all know, it is Shockwave, it is 4 Romanian Boys, and it's Team Doom that have the most movement to make possible in this lobby.
Team Doom obviously still at 4 players alive. They've really played this game very carefully over on this western edge, John. Not really gone for anything too wild, looking for more of those placement points. And consistent points would be good. And over 15 games, you know, getting a 10-point average, that'd be great for them. You know, 150 points at the end of this Super Week. And again, that is a bit more tough for them now after that first game. And 10 points, you know, although very high, it's still doable. It's still very, very doable, especially if you're playing the long game where you're trying to keep things quiet. You're not looking for that Super Weekend chicken dinner money. You are just purely looking for those points. That would be the best case scenario. But again, coming through Monte Nuevo, coming through these fields up towards El Pozo on the eastern side, it's all very open. And what's worse, it's all very downhill.
Difficult ground ahead. 4 Romanian men close to 4 Romanian boys. We saw the summit of the mountains. 4 Romanian boys, they have those high angles. 4 Romanian men, they've drawn that attention. You can see all those white arrows indicating the vision direction. Starting to point, starting to magnetize to 4 Romanian men's position. Redox. Ooh, gets back before Keme can pop the shot.
Yeah, won't go for it yet. Keme. Oh, dear me, almost with the shots there. Those are very, very good as well. Like, he was barely out in the open for a second. And I was very, very prepared after that last game to just see a complete mess on the M16 spray. But he taps away, gets a couple of shots from Redox. Laid low a little bit, will have to invest some stims here to get himself back up to full HP, which is really not what you want to be doing on that third circle, right, that third phase. But we'll be hitting fourth in just a second as we wait for this circle to pop on our screens. It will be coming shortly. But again, very, very difficult ground to play on here. I think a lot of teams that were here early will have the best time of it. TJB, 4 Romanian boys. Ooh, that is nice. That is very, very nice. But again, anyone else in the circle will have been specifically taking up spots that have high ground, have elevation. But if you're lucky, if you're one of the lucky ones like TJB, like Giants, like 4 Romanian boys, you get to stay in your position. The bad part for a lot of these teams right now is PENTA, SWAT69, who have to leave.
SWAT69, they're in a bad spot already. Getting shot out by PENTA. Isolating and taking care of 2 players from SWAT69 is beautiful. Only 1 player now left for the squad and under the sights of Manu as he chases him across the hillsides in the buggy. A lot of protection from the back, but there's some high ground position. The spray's not going to land. Not just yet. Still going, though, on rims right now. But there's some cover to be found.
That is the slowest fadeaway in a buggy I've seen. And yeah, sure, Penta's pretty far out, but at least some of the bullets should have hit. I mean, there's 4 of these guys up here. Most of the teams, though, down towards the southwest are very happy with this one. Team Doom kind of just has to play a very passive approach now to this game. They can't be too hot on the heels of any other players, just considering that they need to stay in this one. TJB have a better spot than them. Giants have a better spot than them. Realistically, they're looking to take up someone else's spot after they get knocked out.
I'm annoyed that fight popped off because I was just going to bring up a point about the buildings that are on the south side of this next circle being a little bit of a false promise. The only team that would be good to get them is Big. And do you know what Big have done during that fight? They've gone into those buildings, and now I'm going to bring it up to try and recoup some of that lost glory blank, unfortunately, for me. SWAT69 do finally lose that last player.
Yeah, well done, John. I mean, I can definitely assure you that you did good there. And I think Big equally happy that they spotted that out at the same time as you, found a little position to play from. Yes, it's at the base of one of these mountains, but to be honest with you, that's probably the best place to be here because people from up top, they can only see rooftops. It does mean that you are going to be extremely playing without getting any knocks here. So it's a little bit more difficult in terms of points, but at least you'll get towards the end game, right?
It's a blessing and a curse, but yeah, with 2 players alive for Big, it's the best they could hope for. Kapahala also actually joining Big in those buildings. Alendo has the broadside on Game Lord. 1, 2 falls. Akashi back down the hill. Narvalo behind the party bus. Can get shot out his ankles there, but Alendo gets the better end of the first part of that trade. Hops back into the vehicle, moves through in the convertible. 2 players from Game Lord down. A reposition coming through, looking for these reses. This is bold from Akashi.
I knew with Alendo coming up as well. Someone has to take point here. Alendo, Tam both nade in hand, looking to toss over the top, but it's very, very unlikely they'll get away from this one. A nice nade comes through, shots underneath the vehicle, and it's just Akashi alive now. And realistically, it's doomed for Game Lord with Trays and trying to back this one up. Does get at least 1 here. We'll go for the flush. Can't find it just yet.
Phase 4 won't be able to get any reses now. Needs to stay alive if Game Lord want a chance. You said you were going to be disappointed if it was anything but a first place, and well, you might be a little bit off the mood for the next one if things keep going. 4 Romanian boys taking out 4 Romanian men. And they will be able to stay alive. Game Lord eliminated.
Yeah, first place in finals, not first place.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Don't worry, it's all good. I too have to recoup my glory.
That's true.
Yeah, has to be done. Hamodi goes with a quick first aid kit here. Tries to keep himself up again. For Romanian Boys, though, Lau is just peeking over the top, and if he peeks a little bit further, he'll see him. Luckily, off in the distance, the rest of For Romanian Boys taking absolute battering, so Lau will have to move back to assist them. In the meantime, Hamodi, biting his fingernails down there, will live for one more day.
I think it's dusking, though. It's not going to be great. 2 players for Penta as the res comes through. Nightmare not super aware of where they've moved to. Still thinks they're behind the rock. Nope. Here's something. Gets an inkling. A feeling in his bones as he crests the ridgeline. Tries to take the fight, but Manu with the top rope. And the UMP will be able to take that one down. Real Tigers 9 try and think they have a chance into it, but that's rebuffed almost immediately. Other ideas found by Penta. Muzi pushed by the blue. Is there going to be a nade put over the top here? First aid, more prio.
They will go for this, but it's very unlikely he'll be able to get out of the play zone there. You see Nazgod immediately goes down, and now Manu following up. Does fine hard, man. That's another not going through. Eliminations going to the side of Penta, currently sat at 10. This is a sick game for them. They'll keep this one going, keep it trucking like the party bash, but Mango, he's looking to send the rest of Penta. Mango away, please.
4 Romanian Boys still alive. They are flagging just a little bit. They've got 5 eliminations. 11 eliminations for Penta, by the way. That's pretty poggers. Pretty poggers. Team Doom now under fire from Giants. Frosty and Mert both load. 0 taking damage. Unreal up front. Not going to be able to assist with the reses at the back.
Yeah, the rest of these players who are already knocked are certainly going down here, and Team Doom having a terrible time of it. 0's down. Now it's just Unreal with absolutely no HP on board and going to be hit with a bombardment of nades. And in the meantime, Giants just come up and sweep them, and Team Doom's prospects looking worse by the minute.
They will be eliminated. 1 elim, 7th place. Not good. Not good at all. 3 points on the game. And they needed more. Those chances are going away. 4 Romanian Boys do go down, but they get 9 on the game. So extending that lead by 6 is good news. Giants taking the fight across the way with TJB.
Giants have moved across from that south side of the map where they held a very nice position. I like how proactive they've been here to move up. We are going to see Nano go for it. Oh no, don't switch away. We've never seen it on camera. And it looks like we'll never see it again. Nano looking down towards Big's position. They did have to move out, and now with the circle heading all the way up towards the northeast. It has blessed Penta here, who have really fought for their lives on that northeastern edge, and they might just be able to grab $1,000 here in this game if they can keep this one going.
12 eliminations. Dozens of people laying before their feet, but Manu bowing before the UMP spray from range, unfortunately, will get flushed out as well. Clear visions in their shack. A long way to go. TJB closest of the non-Penta teams. And Nano still with the high ground.
Absolutely. Looks like Giants have done a very good job to get here. Unfortunately, Tong Jiabao just a bit ahead of them with GK first, sending out towards that northern edge of the circle, and no one quite seeing him. I believe Penta took a knock and a tumble in the meantime. Nice shots from Clear Vision again. They're still in this game towards the middle of this circle. They've been there for a very long time, but they haven't been very quiet about it. Been quite loud with the amount of bullets they've been sending out in the mail, first class.
Nano repositioned, spots Swave around the edge. Not going to be able to get this spray down. Teammate has to back it up. Spin out from Swave, and that is going to be it. Nothing doing there. You're on the broad roadside. Nade over the top from Samo. Heard those shots. A little bit long on that as Giants wanted to press this ridgeline. Samo sat down for it. Giants can continue to move through here. The circle is going to push them, and they need to be fast. Alking will be spotted. Another molly into the building, but the top side from GK First is covered. TJB managing to suppress Pocus on the push.
That Molotov goes through one window and out the other. That doesn't actually get anything done. Muzi from Penta still trying to hold on to his life, everything he's got. Alking, don't know how long he's going to live inside of the shack. Nano can see him, goes for the jump spot. Quite get it yet, and he's really fighting for this one and will actually find it. And might just be able to get the flush out here, and that will really ruin Giants' day. Pocus quickly moves back, but Ulysses also down. Goodness me, just Pocus left alive, and that's Giants out of the game. Somehow Muzi sent them back.
Clear visions. down as well. And now just 2 teams remain. The one player from PENTA, Musi. GK First has had such a dominating position over the top of it all. And he's in this next zone. They know where Musi is. They've got to know he's on this side. The ridgeline completely known. I wonder if Musi knows this position of GK First. That smoke would indicate that he does, but how can you combat it when you know what's going on? Dominant from the top of the building there, from the top of the mountain there for TJB. TJB take $1,000. The chicken dinner goes their way. But PENTA put a huge dent in the points.
Absolutely. I mean, 13 eliminations coming through from that team, mostly picked up by Musi and Manu in those final moments. But again, just the fact that they were able to send Giants back right at the end there, alongside a lot of teams. I think Giants felt like both those solo players were just done for. But at this point in the game, like, I think a lot of people have had a ton of practice at this point, so it's never a good idea to just bank on those 1v1s when you have the opportunity of a 2v1 or 3v1. Just take your fights one at a time. You know, you can't contain all the space in those kind of circles, especially when there's huge amounts of ground to be taken up. But TJB, I think this is the first time when I've actually really agreed with the way they've played their splits. It was very, very well coordinated, and I think a lot of times that we see TJB do badly, John, is when they take these splits carelessly, because they do lose players, and I think they had to drop down the elimination count. As you can see, it's only 8 here. It's still a lot, but for a chicken dinner, it's fairly minimal. And I think that instead of that, they were just more focused on, you know, get the elims where we can and set ourselves up for that first place. So fantastic stuff to TJB.
Look at that though, Manu. Most eliminations, most damage as well, breaking into 4 digits. Really good to see. Really good indeed from PENTA. But yeah, you're right. I mean, GK First in that final circle, that position was nigh on unstoppable, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult to get rid of someone from there. And I think that's what GK First has always been very, very good at, which is picking his moments and immediately getting into position. I think with 4 players right at the end of Miramar, it's always very, very difficult to remove you if you're playing up against like a couple of 3s or a few 2s. And I think for TJB, hanging on to those lives was extremely important. Yeah, they got the circle a lot of times, but I think that was always the case with that game.
Well, fantastic. PENTA not quite able to close it out. TJB dominate the circle, and for it, $1,000 in a chicken dinner. TJB Esports, formerly known as Team Panda, is the first champion of PMPL Western Europe, and there's no doubt that they can make it happen again. The team looks well in shape with their 5th place finish in the PMPL qualifiers last month that came along with 2 high-kill chicken dinners. During the inaugural PMPL Western Europe season, Linye, the brains of the team, led Panda with all his might and topped the tables in both the league stage and finals. Moreover, he doesn't come any short of firepower, as the IGL also became one of the MVPs of Season 1.
For the last season, Linye and his longtime teammate and skilled fragger GK had joined Unicorns of Love and went on to score big on the international stage. They not only came second in the first ever EMEA Championship, these players did exceptionally well throughout the season and qualified directly for the PMGC West League through PMGC points. However, the Panda Band is now back together under the esteemed banner of TJB Esports, so Linye and GK are now reunited with Yiz and Langzi and Leng X for this PMPL. With years of synergy, the roster is looking forward to achieving even higher this time. But will it be enough against the fresh talents from the region? Tune in to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022 to find out.
That's a bit more like the TJB that we've come to expect in the prior year. But before we can really talk about that and break it down, remind you guys once again, the 4th anniversary for PUBG Mobile event is currently happening. The AR treasure hunt with 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. But TJB, with that $1,000 they just got, well, they can almost afford an iPhone 13.
For like, that would be one iPhone for like 4 players. I don't know how they would share that around, but I mean, it's
well, they gotta win
one.
more chicken dinners then.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the goal. Let's go.
Okay, well, let's just hop into match standings. I think I caught everyone off guard, I guess, with that comment I made. I don't know. I know Max is thinking about how do they play with one phone. We don't need to worry about it. Penta coming up pretty big, though. Woo. 13 eliminations out of this team, 25 points in total.
Yeah, and they were sweeping on the northeastern side. They eliminated, what was that, Swat 69, Real Tigers 9 eventually at one point, and we're going to be able to see, I think, their play stats eventually later on, but Manu in particular really stepped up to the plate and took an incredible shot. I believe it was versus Nazgod, a fight that he should not have won in the first place, and he just came out on top. So very impressive stuff from the entire team here. I would like to see this happen more often, but when it happens, it tends to be a really good game like that. So good on Penta.
Yeah, very nice sweeping up at the north side. The man himself, Manu, being able to rack up those eliminations, like it up at the very top. Considering, I mean, they were effectively chasing circles by the time they got a lot of these eliminations. And, you know, why not continue to just try and blast out if you're having a pretty difficult, I think, natural barrier that occurs when you're coming in from the north of those Crater Field Mountains and then trying to slide down into those later circles. Yeah, you just shoot at everything at that point.
The thing that scares me right now, though, Jason, is Romanian Boys get 9 points. Yep. Not sure exactly how many Team Doom got, but they keep getting good points every game. This is not looking good.
Not looking good at all. Let's go to the second page to see how many points Team Doom did get at the end of this one. They were already fighting a 71-point deficit, and that deficit's going to continue to grow from match to match, which means, again, they have to play even better and better every single match on average if they want to surpass them. Shockwave getting 0 points. I mean, that's a sliver of an upside here for Team Doom, but again, the real threat for Romanian Boys to catch them is proven to be very difficult.
For Team Doom in this game, it's another case of we're getting late to the circle here, boys. Like, by the time they get to the circle, you've got TJB north of you, you've got Giants south of you, and regardless of where that circle moves from that point on, like 10 minutes before they ended up being eliminated, they're going to end up getting pinched unless one of those teams decides to, you know, make a wild rotation either towards the east side of these circles, but they're not going to do that because they had positions of high ground power to work with.
I would really like to see them try and play a central playstyle. I think we haven't seen that much from Team Doom in general right now this event, but I think a central playstyle would be the only way for them to redeem themselves, because right now they're just being held at arm's length outside of a good entry point to the circle, and it's just really denying them not only an opportunity to catch up to Romanian Boys, but allows Romanian Boys to survive long into the game to even create an even more significant lead. I think it was, what, 80 points after the last game, and I think he's even going even further, potentially at, like, we're getting close to a 90-point lead currently in favor of Romanian Boys. So yeah, Team Doom need a big change ASAP. Otherwise, as we said, we might know at the end of today if they can qualify or not.
I mean, honestly, I'm starting to feel it right now. Like
Might be
if they
done,
don't like
yeah.
start to
Yeah,
show up
true.
at all, if they can't like get a chicken dinner by the end of the day, I'd say that's it. But if they can't get more than 10 points, Romanian Boys score less than them, I'd say that's just it's a done deal. Like Romanian Boys are showing no signs of weakness. Yeah, they're not winning games, but they're still getting more points every single time than the team that's trying to chase them down. But let's maybe turn our eyes towards another team here. PENTA, actually, I think they were the 4th highest scoring point team in our second super weekend, if I'm not mistaken, and they come out with massive numbers here in match number 2 of our first day. And Manu, there you go, 1,000 damage done, 6 eliminations. I think Max, you were even watching one of the ways he was playing. He had a really good cleanup towards like 2. I can't remember the team off the top of my head,
Real
but a
Tigers
really
9.
quick 2 elims.
Yeah, Real Tigers 9 actually was very impressive because he was literally running down a hill, and normally that is not a position in which you win fights. And on the other side, you had Nazgod. He was behind a ridge. He literally had all the defense in the world to work with, and yet he peeks over, instantly shut down by Manu. So amazing stuff on this side. 6 eliminations this game, 6 eliminations also for Muzin. As I said earlier, we do not see consistently top performance coming out from PENTA, but when it comes to our top fraggers on a daily basis, Manu and Muzin typically are there from time to time. It's not a very rare occurrence to see these guys pop off every once in a while, so I'm happy to see it, but Dwas, or aka Tadwas, we still want to see a little bit more of him in particular.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Actually, no, I'm not gonna ask this question. I think it's a little bit too negative actually to ask, to be perfectly honest. But either way, it is nice to see PENTA able to replicate some performance they had last super weekend and maybe become a title contender. Like this is a team at the moment with the way they're playing that could be top 8, that could make it through into the EU regional championships.
I think so. Given the fact that they had that little bit of a bump up, obviously, I think week 1, would we have said that? Probably not. But there has definitely been a step up. I think they created a great barrier here on Miramar for any of those teams that were trying to wide rotate around the north side on that east rotate. And with that, they were able to understand where a lot of teams were and understand how to take the fights against them.
Okay, well, let's take a look at actually how much damage they did for PENTA in particular in this last match compared to everyone else. And with the 13 limbs, I mean, they're pretty far ahead of everyone else, quite honestly. However, TJB having a pretty decent conversion rate on the damage to eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it's off the back of that, 2-2 split, and because there was that road in the center right, Kalaris, what they were doing basically is just taking shots at Giants trying to cross over. Doom were already crossing that road, but they were actively trying to make sure they could not go any further. I think it's also for Romanian Boys, so not really too surprised to see quite a decent amount of damage coming in from TJB, but the 8 eliminations in particular, they were able to get a really strong conversion rate, and I think the good play from TJB is this: okay, GK First, you're our top fragger of the team. We're going to put you into the game-winning position in the circle, and we're going to clear the western side. I think that in terms of who you put in specific positions, I think GK First for that game-winning position in particular was the good play for them to make sure they can snatch the win at the end.
Yeah, all the valleys really work against a lot of these teams that are in some of these final circles, as you're saying. Once you found the high ground spots, TJB, Giants had a nice high ground spot. PENTA had a few high ground spots throughout all this area. It's difficult. I mean, you watch Swave try and run through in a buggy, and I mean, unless his tire gets if his tire doesn't get popped to spin out, maybe he can find some little spot, but all of it's just an absolute gauntlet to try and find yourself a safe spot whilst all these teams are shooting down on you.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair to say, to be perfectly honest. And something we didn't touch on, by the way, that I should have mentioned before, Big, you saw they had 6 placement points. Those have been actually removed from them due to a rule violation. So their points not going to go up by 6, but it doesn't really matter in the end, right? They didn't get a chicken dinner, so they're not getting $1,000, and they're not going to be knocked out of top 16. So really, at the end of the day, doesn't mean diddly squat. But it is time now. Do you know where we're going, Max? Do you know what we're doing?
Are we going to the money meter? Is that
No.
We're going to the schedule.
Okay. I thought it was
I don't know
early
where
for the
Money Meter
schedule.
came from.
I don't know.
No. This is like the perfect time to go to the
Cool.
schedule, because then we throw it to the casters in a few seconds. Erangel's coming up next. This is map 3. We're actually flying through the day. I feel like it's been a pretty fast day so far, and for Team Doom, it's probably felt extremely long and disappointing at the moment.
It needs to be longer, yeah. Right, they need to. Now is the time. Get some points on the board. As Max says, I want earlier central positions. I want them to try and play from there.
All right, Max, you know what time it is now?
To send it to the casters.
No, it's time to look at the money meter. Let's go to our casters here for match number 3.
Cool, thanks.
This is wonderful. I love how Jason just twiddles with Maxman's buttons and just kind of pokes him. It's wonderful to see. I hope it's entertaining for everybody. Blank, we are coming into game number 3, and unfortunately, we all wished it was better, but Team Doom, it hasn't been a good start for them.
No, it hasn't. You know, I would be massively silly if I didn't agree with Kalaris right now, because I think that one thing that we are seeing Team Doom doing is, God, that's a difficult sentence to get out. But what they're currently trying to get at is this passive play style of right on the edge, try and play from there, and then get into the circle later on. And this is to try and avoid as many teams as possible in the early game, right? In some ways, you can almost sympathize with that. But in another way, you can be like, you need to get into these central positions now and you need to hold them. And with a lot of teams playing edge right now who are like the best teams in the lobby, we're talking about
Exactly.
game. Yeah, that's a tough position to play from, especially Tonga, who are really stepped up. So I do think that at the moment, get central, try and fight off some of those easier teams that, you know, not easier per se, but teams that might give you some more points in an easier fashion.
Take a leaf out of Shockwave's book, in my opinion, right? Their team had pretty solid success going for a more central circle position and using that to their advantage. More so in the league weeks, and I have doubts on Shockwave's ability coming into the third Super Weekend and finals. But again, it's gotten them successful results. This playing path is going to be relatively successful for these teams, somewhat in the central, go for north, down to the south.
Right through the middle, so nice and easy for a lot of these teams here. Sosnovka open, most of the western side of the map open. And for Team Doom, you know, they were dropping Rozhok before, trying to ruin Vamos's day, so this is still open for them, and it's quite a central position to play from as Rozhok. It looks like that's where they're dropping out right now, picking up their position. They've had it before, no one else had taken it, so this is a decent place for them to go to. They could potentially even head up towards Ruins. Ruins was open, that's where Vamos were taking their little split from. So there is potential here for Team Doom to head central. Just really depends where this circle goes, because recently we're not having these central circles towards the middle. We've been having ones that head far over to the east or far over to the west.
Yeah.
We had that cruel one down towards the southeast this morning. So we'll have to wait and see, because I think that's what's going to really change things up for them.
I'm going to make a bit of a bold statement, Blank.
Okay.
Penta in the PMPL EUS finals are going to be top 5. And I mean like a secure top 5. Because if I take a look and I really evaluate their results and performances from the second Super Weekend onwards, they've been averaging between 9 and 11 points per game. And when you come into this third Super Weekend, 14 points in game 1, you had 25 points in game 2. I think they're on a hell of a good path leading into the finals to get a strong top 5 finish.
I think that for Penta, there have been openings for them, and I think it's openings that have presented themselves with the way that the lobby is currently playing. You may have that bold prediction. I would call it a bold prediction, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Just because I think come finals, we're not going to see those similar angles of approach where, you know, Penta can quite easily get into those final circles. I think more often than not, you're going to see Eastern Stars, you're going to see Big, you're going to see Game Lord there. So I do worry, because I think this Super Weekend isn't a great place to take those results from. The result that you can take is going to be the 2022 PMCO Spring registration, which is now open from March 31st through till April 13th. And why don't you, Mr. Imperium, tell them where they could sign up and get all those goodies?
You can sign up over esports.pubgmobile.com/PMCO. There's $600,000 prize pool across the PMCO year on all regions, plus an entry point throughout the PMCO leading into the PMNC that can lead into the 2023 PMPL. So good.
And also, if you want to watch PMPL, you can earn some rewards for yourself, open the game, play the game, go to the Esports Event Center, and then go participate in some events. You can earn yourself some special items in-game, so make sure you check that one out, because that is honestly some free rewards, free loot. And if anyone likes free loot, it's all these teams in this lobby, because they can grab it right at the beginning of the game, but it's also you guys at home, because you can grab it at home, in the living room, wherever you want to be. Just grab that loot. It's good to go.
Phase 1 did drop on the more western side of the map, so Everest Gatka, Chopsticks, the quarry area, should I say, all able to be well held onto, well executed. It's great for 4 Romanian Boys. Already have a 4-man spread, and they've had a positive start to this third Super Weekend, considering the threat of Doom behind them coming into it at least.
Yeah, I think for 4 Romanian Boys, they have been fairly active in their approach to circumventing that issue, which is Team Doom catching them up, and that has existed in some very, very different ways in terms of 4 Romanian Boys taking alternate positions over on Erangel and Miramar, as well as Sanhok, which I think is just absolutely brilliant stuff for them, honestly, going forward, as that just keeps Team Doom on their toes. And it has been a few times, especially in Miramar, where Team Doom's almost kind of put themselves out, trying to locate 4 Romanian Boys down towards south of Los Leones, and this time they went up towards Crater Fields. So I do think that maybe at this point in time, it's better off for Team Doom to just focus on their own game as opposed to trying to bring 4 Romanian Boys down. I do think that they've had almost a uncharacteristic approach to this Super Weekend, to be honest with you, so far. But I think that is driven by the fact that Team Doom is lighting a fire under their proverbial behind.
An interesting adjustment for Eastern Stars in their looting area inside this game 3 of the day. Yeah, okay, they dropped towards the eastern side of the map, but instead of maybe trying to fight for vehicles between Real Tigers 9 and XTEAM, they and then driving to Milta Power, they've, with phase 1 popping up, they've decided to loot the smaller kind of compounds in around the farm area. I think it's going to leave them starving of loot for the early parts of the game, but they technically can look for some early eliminations onto the likes of Real Tigers 9, gatekeeping them on the entry point into the circle.
Yeah, this is some trash loot that they're getting at the moment. But that's fine. Like you say, you pick up anything you can get on the way over here, but you are ahead of the curve. You're ahead of the pack here, and especially for the Western Circle like this, it's kind of a good idea. I think for Eastern Stars, heading in from Milta Power has been rough for them, considering the amount of space that a lot of these teams do take on the eastern side of the map. We have Yaz with Game Lord, Unicorns used to drop towards Mansion of Lepovka, Real Tigers 9 up towards Mansion itself, and XTEAM and Milta. It's difficult stuff, and with FTY ahead of them as well, like being in front of the pack here is going to work out for Eastern Stars. Just in terms of like consistency, I think playing from Milta Power is great, and it's a fantastic rotate if you want to head down towards Novorepnoye with the vehicles. But honestly, it is one of those positions that you have to be very, very good in terms of your rotations to make it happen. And a lot of times we don't have this significant amount of teams, or at least a portion of our lobby, on this eastern side of the map.
And especially, I look at it as a sign of the meta change of drop spots inside Western Europe. Last year, we had less teams really being aggressively controlling on the eastern side of the map, and that allowed Eastern Stars to dictate the play from Milta Power on their drop spot, whereas this year, gotta say, Real Tigers 9, although it has been a little bit of a hit and miss, they have been pretty defending on the eastern side of the map. So is XTEAM and so have Unicorns Love, and that's where I think Eastern Stars have found a lot of trouble rotating from Milta Power a little bit more. Remains to be seen if they're going to still hold on to Milta Power throughout the rest of the tournament.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see them taking up Milta Power again once we head to finals. I think that the main problem, like you say, is the fact that it is a very eastern lobby at the moment with a lot of teams over this side. And I will say that, you know, even though they were playing in Milta Power, it was an awkward rotation for them, but oftentimes they did make it work. They did make that rotation work at the end of the day. But if you just want to get some points here and there, especially you get some chicken dinners where a lot of what's on the line here for this Super Weekend is purely those $1,000, which is a lot of money for getting these chicken dinners at the end of the day. So if you can squeeze out as many as you can here in the Super Weekend, you can bump up your finals like winnings, well, the winnings at the end of it, like quite significantly.
Big moving down from Severny across the bridge through the Cube compound on the precipice of Everest. Thank you, John. I'm kind of low-key stealing that word away. Kind of makes me feel a little bit intelligent.
Precipice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Very good. Love to hear that. You know, grab the old human dictionary, John. Take a little word away from here and there. Tongjiba, on the other hand, towards Everest, right on the apex of Everest. There you go, Mr. Imperium. There's another one for you. Up top is Langzi, trying to scope out the potential of what's happening next in this circle with the rest of his team, just bolstering this western coast. I think for Romanian Men, though, they're caught right in the middle of it, and this is where they need to be careful. I do think a quick group up here down towards the north side of Quarry would be intelligent, and we'll see if they do go for it.
North side of Quarry and even south side of Quarry to an extent are all extremely valuable places in this phase 2 because it's high ground. It allows you to create a bit of a solid spread, and you're able to, for the most part, fend off teams coming in potentially from the west and the east. Because they were possibly a bit late to the party, they might not feel as confident going as deep on the northern part of Quarry. But for the time being, they've gathered themselves up as, okay, Real Tigers 9, the clear vision here, having fun, just going all die hard at each other.
Yeah, I mean, they're just absolutely going for it at the moment. Clear Vision do find one of the players from Real Tigers 9 who are currently rotating directly through the middle, just over the top side of Potato Hill at the moment. But with Real Tigers 9 currently having the high ground, perhaps they can get some retribution just a little bit here.
Okay, yeah, obviously I kind of put that down to just the two teams clashing up against each other on rotational paths. Clear Vision a little bit late, I suppose, to rotate in from phase 1/phase 2, and for the most part, Real Tigers 9, presuming there was nobody gonna be there around the Potato Hill area. It wasn't meant to be. This is the team that we're really having eyes on throughout this third Super Weekend. Team Doom. Seems like they're listening, going for a bit more of a central circle position, but they are going to have to face off against Giants first. Good play by Ulysses. Murder's chucking out a nade. Can they do something with it? Not quite. Ulysses used that third-person perspective to get the knock.
Yeah, they're incredibly pinched at the moment by Giants, who are playing a very good game at the moment. So Ulysses do find one, looking for another.
Yeah, that's going to be a Frosty Unreal eliminated. That's the end of Doom. As quick as we talk about them is as quick as they go down. Once again, a 0-pointer in this game 3 of the day. Big taking advantage of it now. Their focus will be on Giants, and Beast gets a knock from a distance, followed by a second. Just like that, Giants down to just a solo. Pocus with a sliver of health. Bigger pushing in. They want control. They want the eliminations. They want the team fight win, and they're going to take it. So good from Big. It's on the compound just outside of Chopsticks that is so strong to control inside this phase 2. It gives them so much more space to play around, and with how quick they were to eliminate Giants, it's good time leading into the phase 3 shift, which hopefully won't be too painful for these teams. Next team taking shots on the FTY. This is not KO Boy, has no idea what's going on. It's spread it through the next circle to shift over towards the northeast, but FTY, they are pinched.
It's a nice shift over towards the northeast here for at least Shockwave. They'll be happy with this one. And it's very, very sad news. I think that is Team Doom just kind of crushed at the moment in terms of morale and everything. FTY, though, in similar position there, getting squeezed. And slowly but surely, squeezed out of the lobby, that is.
Now, Eastern Stars at one point were ahead of XTEAM. They actually shifted back into the blue around the lumberyard / edge of lumberyard area to continue looting up. They maybe felt a bit uncomfortable with how bare bones of loot they had in their backpack, but now as they swing around, they could get involved from a third-party standpoint. They get the elimination, steal it away from XTEAM, but that will give information over to XTEAM that there's another team inside the blue of phase 3.
XTEAM here, it would be Mercy. Beg for Mercy, looking to get some heal ups. Well, all he does is have some bandages, and he's right out in the blue with the rest of FTY. Luckily, the rest of his team have moved ahead. PENTA down towards that south side. Currently set with just 2 players, unfortunately, and Shinyo looking for some more elimination points here, which is fair play to him. You know, wherever you can get him, especially after losing so many members on the way in, does finally find the player on the backside with the ka-chunk. A very, very nice little sound to finish off that player. At least he can go out knowing that it was a thunderous exit. Nox. Go on, brother. Get in there. Go for it. Get back in. Imperium, go. All right. Are you in there? Oh, he's not. He's not in there. It's all good. Game Lord currently by themselves. Looking for Victor to find something on this south side. Victor all on his lonesome. Beast looking for some shots up towards the top, but it's Trazen once again with this off angle. Loves these off angles here. Sends a nade over the top. Beast currently on his lonesome. Quickly backed up afterwards. Trazen goes to the shots, but Beast has got this one on lock. Akashi sending off to the distance. Swave now finishes off Trazen here, Imperium.
Oh yes, as I disappeared into the shadow realm, Big disappeared into more and more fights. Phase 4 is about to pop up, and boy, does it shift heavily from the east down to southwest on the hills outside of Chop 6. Eastern Stars picking up another elimination point. Kapahala with that one. Although Octavian is knocked, that does give control over to Eastern Stars.
Now Eastern Stars on this southeast side can start to make their way in pretty easily with Manu down, like you say. For Romanian Boys, though, on the other hand, oh, it just gets worse and worse for Team Doom, with four Romanian Boys in a very, very strong position just to the north side of this compound, this field, sorry. FTY, again, still being harassed by the remaining players of XTEAM. Nox tries to send something back, but Zombie, he's got this one covered.
Smokes come out just in time from Shinyo to possibly get the revive onto Nox. Zombie, I don't know if he's repositioning to continue on the fight and give information. The rest of his team members are there, and that's going to be the end of FTY, harassed by XTEAM since the start of the engagement. It really felt like overall it was only going to go one way.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one. Big moving in, though, do lose one player to Tong Jiabao, who's really starting to step things up a little bit here, but Swave does find Langzi on the knock. In the meantime, Clear Vision taking this fight with four Romanian men. Nades going all over the place, and Rana with the panic smokes everywhere, but Clear Vision just going to send it directly into the tree with Samo, looking for anyone he can find, does get some scouting done.
Little bit of a bait drive-through coming through. Do is going to have to try and react to that. Samo's going to get knocked. We do see another fight in the mini-map between Big and TJB that you mentioned, but the main focus is Clear Vision getting a clear team fight win against four Romanian men. Rana, I believe, is the last player up. A lot of damage dealt. That's going to allow Rana to heal up in time along with Do. Still 3 players alive for four Romanian men. Do gets knocked. Redux is able to get up to 75% health, while our Happy gets knocked in the distance. The likes of Shockwave and SWAT69 could get involved from a third-party standpoint, and just as I say that, Shockwave Tigers with the knock on the Redux.
Yeah, Shockwave up from the distance, managed to find at least one there. Four Romanian men. Goodness me, Imperium, you said they were down to 1, then they were up to 3, and then they were down to 2 again. It was terrible news for four Romanian men, but luckily they are hanging on very, very tightly at the moment. They do not want to go out of this game. I mean, they had a good position. They're in Gatka. You know, it makes sense for them want to have a good game here. And I mean, if you can't have a good game on a circle that comes to you, you know, in the finals, things are going to look a little bit shaky for you going forward. And you don't want that kind of noise coming into the finals whatsoever. So four Romanian men currently in this ditch, but surrounded by so many teams here.
I think Shockwave, I've given them a lot of doubt, and I've expressed my concerns and fears leading into the finals, but they are, it feels like, trying to play a little bit more of an edge style aggressive playthrough, right? It's not like they were in the center of this hill. They came in a bit later and they've been able to capitalize again. I think there's a bit of positive growth from Shockwave, but now they're going to have to deal with 4 Romanian men, a little bit uneducated on the whereabouts of the 4 Romanian men players. And now it's going to have to be a team-wide response. This dude's going to get put down to about half health.
It's not like Shockwave didn't know where 4 Romanian men were, considering
Fair.
they took the third party onto them earlier on. Nade does go through there. It's perfectly primed, and just a couple of shots will finish it off. That's Dewey most likely.
Oh my
down there. Just some
God.
strong nades from on far. So Shockwave will control this eastern side with some players from SWAT 69 down towards their south side, but Eastern Stars have been cruising this game down towards the southeast. They haven't tried for anything too crazy, and slowly but surely will make their way into the circle. Manu ahead of them. I mean, I'd never ever count Manu out, I'll tell you that now.
He's a man you don't count out, indeed. Eastern Stars, I love that pun, gonna push in. A lovely pre-nade by SWAT 69 could definitely hurt Eastern Stars, doesn't quite connect, and knock comes through. That's gonna be one taken down with Doran on the underside. Shockwave gets involved, they third party, all the while SWAT 69 Nemo stays alive in the shack.
And that's why you can never count a singular player out at the moment. Like I said, these shacks are dangerous to move into. And I mean, I said they were cruising, but it looked like they were cruising straight to the River Styx there. Unfortunate stuff for them. Will be going directly down below. PENTA equally eliminated, so Manu does in fact outlive Eastern Star. This is good stuff. Super young roster. Next team that I'm not going to curse here, they're down towards the southwest, still looking to make their way into the circle, but 4 Romanian boys still up in this game, which is, again, extremely tragic. However, I will say one thing, massive hats off to 4 Romanian boys. The fact that,
Yes.
I mean, I would like to have seen this earlier on, and I don't like it's taken a team literally chasing them down in 16th place for this kind of performance to start lighting up. However, this is definitely a step up for 4 Romanian boys, even though Kamate's still carrying the team somewhat. The rest of the team is starting to equalize.
They're going to have to deal with the two-body team of TJB, and they're certainly doing it well with an initial knock onto Lim, being aware over the sound of the vehicles on the dip of the hill. Mini red zone is a spraying through, but they've got to be aware of super young roster down below at the bottom of the field. The vehicles are going to send it up. 2 fights at once for 4 Romanian boys. This is a big test.
It really is a big test for them. They do get some nades off. Again, they have the high ground to play around with and a fair bit of area to control. So this is actually okay for them, and they should be just fine, unlike me, who almost dropped his phone all the way on the floor and smashed that one. Luckily, 4 Romanian boys still smashing out of the park in this game, and that is exactly what we want to see. I want to see them send it for 6 here, and if they can, they will really secure their position towards the bottom of the rankings and into those finals.
This is a great start by 4 Romanian boys with a little bit of help from GK first and TJB getting a knock on the super young roster, slowing them down. Of course, the circle shifting the set down towards the southeast is tough for 4 Romanian boys. A player gets knocked, and it's great for Shockwave.
And this reminds me specifically of PMGC Season 0. I think it was Team Eagle who won a fantastic game from this position. I think it was actually the final game of PMGC where they decided everything there.
Oh, yeah.
And the 4 Romanian boys, this really could decide everything for them right now, should they be able to clean it up from this position and really cement themselves. Like I said, I mean, these first 3 games a day, honestly, it's been so surprising to see 4 Romanian boys pop off the way they have. Tongjiabao, though, still up towards this top 6. You know, they're really getting these good placements. Unfortunately, this game, they are down to 2 with only GK first and Lin, the OG boys from the team.
I like this from Real Tigers 9. I think they got a lot of information on all of the shots that were raining out between TJB, 4 Romanian boys, super young roster. Instead of trying to get involved with a 4th party, they actually played on the northeastern side, caught out Shockwave, got an initial knock, got an elimination point, and now they've got a second on the seacoast. So now Nightmare is the only player that's left standing against a 3-man Real Tigers 9 roster. Once again, the last player, Swat69, could get involved. Nightmare catches out Nazgul. It's going to get the knock, but Mango is going to come in with the response. Down goes Shockwave.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit too long there for Shockwave to finish off that first player. Unfortunate for them. However, we are back to basics. TJB now currently taking the position that Romanian Boys have just left slowly but surely. Some good smokes to get themselves towards this rocky side. Ali from Super Young roster looking for some more, but Romanian Boys taking huge damage on the approach with more and more players going down. What has happened here? Down to 2.
Well, I think instead of fighting, they moved on. I think that was their biggest mistake. They should have eliminated TJB when they had the chance, and now they're pinched in between both Super Young roster and TJB. I don't know how Super Young roster has stayed up as a full squad, because they've had a hell of a lot of pressure. But now Lynn comes in. Kime, the man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT of Romanian Boys, gets a knock on the lane. Going to be finished off by Super Young roster. Unfortunately, a day comes through from Tam, and that is the end of Romanian Boys.
Still 5th place with a fair few elimination points. Will sit themselves pretty here. GK first on his lonesome once again, but we always talk about this guy on his own regardless. Ali has been hitting some absolute blasters this game with the nades. Will completely dismantle the guys of Romanian Boys and then quickly take out the final member of TJB. Now, Real Tigers 9, Super Young roster, all gunning for this $1,000 with Nemo, of course, off in the distance.
I love where this circle is ending. I think this is one of the best open area finishes, because even though it technically looks flat, there's a lot of little dips that, for example, Real Tigers 9 are able to utilize. You have the low ground that's sweeping down that Super Young roster can possibly spread out with, because they have a full squad. And of course, Real Tigers 9, the one benefit that they do have is they do have a couple of vehicles to work with that can create the hard cover for them.
Absolutely, and I think that is a fairly important part to mention. SWAT69 Nemo, dead center between both these teams, so he can cause chaos for whoever he decides. You know, he is much closer to the guys from Super Young roster. It's unlikely he's going to take shots, though. You know, playing out for a 2nd place is usually better. He does launch a smoke in front of himself, though, so if that doesn't reveal him, I don't know what will. Smoke sent ahead from Real Tiger 9 to try and get further in. If they can get up to this loot crate, it'll be perfect for them. A great little standing post to actually start playing from.
Nazgul, the brother of Resnal from Unicorn's Love. At least there's one player from the family in the Super Weekend, the PMPL EUS. Had to throw that out there. Nice molly being thrown out by Hardman all the while, looking for Nemo, the final player of SWAT69. Even though I don't know if they absolutely know it's just one player for SWAT69, but getting the elimination point onto Nemo is so important for Real Tiger 9, looking to maintain some kind of control in this late game.
Nazgul takes a big hit there, and Ali again with the nades. This guy's killing it today. I think that's the best thing about that loot crate, though, is the fact that you're able to stand up or crouch behind it, which gives you that higher elevation in terms of perspective, so you can see the players laying down in the grass. Unfortunately, there are just some sick nades and sick predictions coming out from Super Young roster, so as soon as he hits it, the nades are out, they blow on impact, and on either side. So very, very well done, and Super Young roster is not letting this game get out of their hands anytime soon. Now we're just 2 players left from Real Tigers 9, and Nemo still swimming, just trying to keep this one going to get that 2nd place.
The circle shifts over to the west for the most part, benefiting Super Young roster. Mango from Real Tigers 9 is a little bit closer to that northeastern edge of the circle, but Hardman is much further away and has to try and crawl his way through the blue zone of phase A, starting to swing in. Nemo has to try and stand up, prone down, stand up and move closer, but it's a big risk he's taking, just trying to survive as Hamodi gets a little bit of information, but they can't get too distracted by the final player, SWAT69. Hell, to be fair, they might not know that it's the final player, SWAT69. They might presume that it is a teammate of Nazgul, who they just took out. So I understand why they're focused on the angle of Nemo.
Mango slowly edging his way over the top of this lip here. Hardman, similarly. And Nemo, he's sent about as many smokes as he can out there. So it's undoubtable that the guys at Simeon Roster are just going to launch a barrage of bullets over that way. He takes a few, and I think that'll be Nemo going down here. Simeon Roster quickly finish off that final player. Now Mango has to do something good here, Imperium.
That is incredibly strong, but no, super young roster. They took that elimination point onto Nemo as the tick in the box to push forward, because when that confirmation come through and they knew that it was an instant kill, they just had 2 players to deal with, 2v4. They got the push, they got the final kills, and super young roster grabbed the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
I mean, I said I wasn't going to curse them from the southwest edge, and that's exactly what happens here. I got a little bit of a blessing coming through, but Super Young Roster definitely played that game out very nicely. I think they were waiting for a long, long time, and even taking out 4 Romanian boys from underneath the hill required a lot of patience. I think using a lot of those nades to advantage was the major thing for them. So I was extremely happy to just see that happen. I think Super Young Roster played out that game well. I think the turning point for them versus Real Tigers 9 was the ridiculously good nades over towards the loot crate, which would have been a very difficult position to unpin someone from.
Yeah, I'd love to see how many nades and smokes they utilized across the whole game. I think it would be an interesting number, to say at least. 1,300 damage. It's not much from a winning team, but they converted that into a lot of elimination points, Blank.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing for them. Is they took this game very, very steady as a 4, just looking for the wins here, which is absolutely fine if that's what you want to do. It's extremely long Erangel as well at 26 minutes 49 seconds total. So this was not a simple slog for them. I do think that, you know, Ali, if he's in the round report, he'll definitely have the most nade eliminations. I can almost guarantee that. And if I'm wrong, then I'll be extremely disappointed. Round report coming up right now. Yes, there he is, Ali. Most nade elims 3. So this guy was really sending some big crackers through, which you did not want to get in the way of.
GK first from TJB. I know they went down a little bit earlier. I think it was 5th place, but there's no denying that we are seeing a bit of a step up from TJB, at least in these last 2 games, where they're maybe learning or adjusting not to be too heavily split in these games.
Yeah, and I think this is coming a little bit too slowly for my liking. I do think that they can still play this play style.
Yeah.
And when it works, it really does work, because no one else is even trying to give this a go. Again, it's one of those play styles that is so difficult to perfect. But once you do get it down, like, it is incredibly effective, but it just requires some extremely strong individual players.
Spy Super Young Roster is coming out with the chicken dinner. Once again, the story is to be told between Team Doom, 4 Romanian boys. Another strong result from 4 Romanian boys. Team Doom, it's looking pretty doomful. Let's head to a break. Back to the desk.
Fresh on the scout with a buggy, drops out of it as well. Ali wants to fall back, wants to reload here as Fresh pushes onto position. Nice spray, but not going to be enough there. Ali able to
It's going to be all the time doing the damage, and we can see also the players from the XTEAM they're going to hit as well.
All they can do is dance around. Reznov has a sliver of health, and they're chasing him.
Yeah, true. They will just go for it. They're hunting Definite 4 versus Resny, and there we go. They will...
For Chazmak to actually stop them from pushing onto position. All these teams have to move out towards them, and SKP took a very dominant position nice and early, especially knowing that there's still a fight like this though, running around in the open, you know, Jamas might have his back to a wall, but it doesn't really matter if you're playing that, but SKP, it's more than certainly over here. So Octavian with this PUBGM, is it going to be the best thing to use in this situation?
the end of the world. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's not going to play well for you. Does get a knock on the way down though. So again, SKP though, they're taking their own fight with Game Lord.
Good UK picking up severity, knowing that Big's not in the game. It's decent here. SKP trying to fend off against their Sirens the minute. Luna will go down as Hamodi just swings in there for Ryan.
Not bad at a super young roster, locking themselves through another $1,000 for themselves and looking pretty good on top of that. Major story out of that, though, is obviously what we saw with Romanian Boys surviving for a long time and Team Doom unfortunately going out early. I don't know, are we actually, officially calling it? Are we looking at the time? Okay, it is 4:33 p.m. a couple hours ago. I think people know this is recorded ahead of time. I think I just spoiled stuff. And they're dead. Their chances are dead.
Yeah, time of death is 16:33. we'll go with that right now. But yeah, it's very unfortunate to see how that's going. I feel like we're in a Harry Potter almost right now, where Dumbledore says 5 points for the team at the bottom of Team Doom, and then just got 100 points for the teams at the top, like your Romanian Boys and such. It's going horribly wrong, and I would say it's GG here.
Don't know what else to add, mate.
Okay. Well, you guys at home, make sure you're watching PMPL. Max, please don't scratch its head. Please don't try to pick stuff up. Don't try to eat it either.
I wasn't thinking of doing that. Maybe
okay.
it was Monster?
I wanted to see if you would try. You guys obviously watching PMPL at the Esports Center between the 15th and 17th of April. Get yourselves some exclusive rewards. But let's maybe jump into the match standings here. Maybe this is helps give us a visual to what we're saying about Team Doom. I mean, Shockwave, 11 limbs, 15 points. Romanian Boys getting 9 points. They're just getting further and further and further and further and further ahead of Team Doom that it's nigh on impossible to come back.
Yeah, the Doomsayers are very much here for Team Doom at this point. The end is nigh. They're ringing the bells. They've got those signs walking around saying, where's your god now? It's difficult, unfortunately for them, and constantly big points coming in for Romanian Boys and Shockwave, just making it all the more difficult. I will say, though, as a slight tangent, considering the win that we just got here for Super Young Roster, this actually bodes well for Super Young Roster, right? They haven't had a win in Super Weekend since the first one, and then Super Weekend 2 was just kind of tragic, if I recall correctly. I think they got themselves like 16th place. So to have a win on the board now for Super Young Roster, maybe this is the trajectory we want to see them on here going into the finals.
Yeah, Super Young Roster actually got 60 points in the second Super Weekend, so it was a low ball. It was a pretty significant drop off to the first Super Weekend where they got 100 points actually. So yeah, good to see a little bit of life coming in for Super Young Roster and get himself an extra $1,000. Let's go.
But that's something we can definitely keep our eye on, right? Is when do you peak in a tournament? Super Young Roster, from what we saw until maybe now, is they peaked in the first week of league play. To be perfectly honest. Maybe this is the resurgence out of the team, and that's also something we should keep an eye on coming into all the other teams of like who's continuing to improve week in and week out, who's getting better and better, and who unfortunately is starting to drop off, and that might give us an indication of who can excel when it comes to the finals. But let's maybe take a look at the second page just really quickly. Big 9 eliminations, nice, love to see it. Team Doom 0 points, unfortunately. Game Lord 0 points, unfortunately. But again, Game Lord going to be qualified through to the finals either way, and the rest of the team just getting some points here or there. But that's 16th place.
We got to talk about this very specifically though, Jason. I think when it comes to Team Doom, you get Circle 2 pop, right? And we're wanting maybe a little bit more proactiveness out of them. Maybe their attempts to try and get towards some of those central positions faster and try and find those spots. However, once again, third game in a row, it's not happening. Circle 2 pops, you see everybody migrating in vehicles, etc., and things like that. They're in Atlantis, Sunken City, whatever you want to call it, and they're not moving. It's on kind of the edge of the circle. They're not moving. It takes them a little bit to wind up, to gear up. There needs to be more urgency about them finding a spot.
I was going to add also, I agree. No, I was going to add to that also because they were just so slow on that rotation initially, right? Giants just already picked a compound and there's no scouting done by Team Doom because they are in Sunken City, so no scouting really done from that position. They instantly crash into it. I mean, yeah, if you want to do plays like that, it's fine, but earlier rotation is what you need to see from these guys, so hopefully we'll see it.
Okay, well, we're talking about obviously Romanian Boys, and we're talking about Team Doom quite a bit today. At the start of the show, we compared Team Doom's best day compared to the average overall of Romanian Boys. Well, here's the average of today between the two teams.
It's night and day, unfortunately,
Yeah.
to start things off. Yes, we are only 3 games in out of the 15, but we already said from the word go today, the clock was against them, the time was against them, and they had to make something happen fast. If they want to try and continue on chasing for Romanian Boys. But for Romanian Boys is making it impossible, almost impossible right now to be able to do that.
Yeah, it was, what, a 71-point lead at the very start of the day that Romanian Boys had, and now they are almost at a 100-point lead. After this one, you're just increasing the lead even more. It's not even just a stalemate, it's actually they are lengthening their lead currently, and Romanian Boys are, at the end of today, in a position where they're like, yeah, you know what, we qualified, we're good, we can just aim for the chicken dinners now. Team Doom is not really a threat anymore, and Team Doom, on the other side of things, also hopefully are going to understand, we know we're not going to qualify in the top 16. We get 2.5 thousand from just qualifying and just making it in this tournament, right? Let's just try and get as many wins as possible before we leave, because right now they're almost at the end of the road here.
I mean, the thing is, the only way that they could probably change our perspective on their situation is if they have like 3 or 2 top 3 finishes in the last matches of the day, right? Like they top 3, maybe top 4 with a bunch of eliminations. That's the other thing in my head that can make me think, okay, maybe there's a chance, but they still have to do that quite consistently throughout the other 10 matches in the next 2 days. But we're talking about the point differences. Let's take a look at the overalls. I think for me, I'm curious if Game Lord is going to continue to build up that 100-point lead against any other team. And so far, they're lengthening that lead quite a bit. You can see 434 points for them. Vista Stars the second at 318.
A little bit rough for them, though, for Game Lord in terms of their game plan, which is we want to get the chicken dinners, we want to get that €1,000 every single game. Not been working too good for them. They almost could have got themselves a win on what was that, the first game, I think, but it did end a little bit abruptly, unfortunately, for them, was that second place. Still giving it a fair shot, though, and they're lengthening their lead. Eastern Stars, though, has been a little bit more silent today, I would say, in general. So I think a lot of these teams are still trying to get that experience in before going into the finals. So it's all good, but all these teams at the top, their goal is still to get as many wins as possible, and some teams have not been able to quite achieve that yet.
All right, let's take a look at the second page really quickly here. Get an idea of where the other team's standing at Shockwave. You see at 141 points for Romanian Boys, about to breach 100 points in just, well, I'd say one more match. But you can see here, 5 points across 3 matches. That average, I mean, you don't need to be a god at math to know that average is not going to be enough to catch up to Romanian Boys, even if Romanian Boys didn't play anymore throughout the rest of the Super Weekend.
I think our concern gets even worse when it comes to Sanhok going into this next battleground, right? Max, we were talking about, you know, how the tactics could differ coming into Sanhok in this weekend based on previous weekends.
Yeah, exactly, because now more than ever, hill strats mean nothing. Like, you look at TJB, sure, you want to do hill strat for the past 2 weeks to secure your position in top 16, fine, do you? It's looking great, but right now, these teams, if you go for hill strat now, it literally means nothing. It does not help you in the least, so I want to see TJB especially, hopefully go for their first chicken dinner on Sanhok. It would be good.
And that means there's more threats going into the late game, right? So for teams like Team Doom, if you're wanting to play into the late game and get big points, there's going to be more big teams there trying to keep you out.
Well, we can see Sanhok when it comes to performance. Our top 5 teams, Unicorns of Love, Big, Clear, Vision, TJB, and Giants. Obviously, TJB is not based off eliminations. It's mostly based off placement points. But interesting to see, you know, some teams are really able to excel. I feel it's actually really interesting to see the fact that Unicorns of Love have so much more damage and a decent amount of limbs over every other team.
Yeah, can't wait to see what Unicorns of Love is going to do this game. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Man, that was a bit mean, actually. I'm sorry, guys. We'll see them back in the league finals. It's all good. But yeah, overall, it's going to be intriguing to see who's going to be able to get himself this chicken dinner. We're only going to have 3 of those, so intriguing to see who's going to be the king of the jungle this time.
All right, cool. Well, the reason we're bringing up Sanhok here is obviously because Sanhok is going to be coming up next. And then we still have one more Erangel to come up today. So Sanhok, then Erangel, and then repeating the exact same thing for the next 2 days of time. But before we hop into the game, once again, Monster Energy, official energy drink provider here at PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022 season. We're going to rush through everything because we have no time left. Maxman, I know you have figured out what you want to drink your monster out of this time. We're not going to get to it just yet because I think we're going to do it at the end of the show. Potentially. Maybe we'll make you and us wait. Let's head over to our commentators now to get into our fourth match.
Match number 4, as you say, over onto Sanhok, over to the jungle. Team Doom, currently, as it stands, I know Jason was struggles with numbers, but you know what? The numbers speak to me. And in order for Team Doom to now jump up over 4 Romanian Boys, we're going to be looking at an average of more. So Team Doom need to score 7.9 per game more than 4 Romanian Boys in order to be able to leapfrog that. To be able to bridge that gap, they need to be basically scoring 8 points more per game than 4 Romanian Boys.
And if you give a safe average for 4 Romanian Boys of hitting 5 points per game, that means Team Doom need to get 13 points per game. In this lobby with this level of teams, I don't want to say it's over, but it's over.
I mean, yeah, there's no real getting around it at this stage. It is looking done and dusted. But Sanhok, crazier things have happened. Maybe this is their chance to get a little bit of momentum, and we've seen what wonders momentum can do in the long run. The difficulty, obviously, is that it's spread out over 3 days, 2 remaining, of course, after this one. Top to bottom, splits the playing path down the middle of the island.
Normally don't mention playing path in Sanhok, but it is absolutely split down the middle, so no excuse for teams getting to where they want to. I was just thinking, Eastern Star, Shockwave, will they battle inside Hatting? This is the 3rd Super Weekend. Shockwave have had 2 decent results in a row, so I think their threat against Team Doom is absolutely fine. So they could have a bit of fun with it, but it seems like that's not the case. Maybe they're thinking, okay, look, we could have a bit of fun, or we could look at what we need to do more leading into the finals, right? So teams that are in the middle of the standings or towards the end of the standings, such as, you know, not 4 Romanian Boys, should I say, XTEAM, Swat 69, even Super Young Roster, Real Tigers 9, and Shockwave, they can all use this 3rd Super Weekend to really work on their own playstyle, their own level of communications, their own rotations. Yes, the games are a little bit crazy because of, you know, teams like Game Lord and Eastern Stars and Big don't really have anything much to lose, but it is still an opportunity for those teams that I mentioned to hopefully put themselves in a better spot coming into the finals next weekend.
I don't know if you've been keeping track of the panels on the left, but there is a massive member of that of those leaderboards, Icy, not playing today. Obviously, a member of Unicorns of Love, who didn't qualify for this Super Weekend, and not going to be here in this Sanhok. So a major force is not going to be involved. But if you want to become one of those major forces, Imperium, there's a way to do it. Starting from the 8th of April to Friday the 13th, you can join the PUBG Mobile Club Open for the spring season. It's opened. You can find the link in the live chat pinned, and you can join the PMCO with your squad at esports.pubgmobile.com/PMCO.
Where it all began, and I know you and Blank mentioned it, and it's the same for myself. We all started at the PMCO, and what I love is how strong the PUBG Mobile ecosystem has grown in terms of esports. Is that this 2022 PMCO leads a team through the PMNC into the 2023 PMPL. So it's just the structure is evolving, the competition is getting bigger and bigger, the meta is changing, and look, we all want you to get involved because it starts at the PMCO.
Take a look when you can. TJB taking a look over at Hamodi from Super Young Roster. Hamodi probably doesn't know that there's players up there. It's very unlikely. that they've managed to get that info just yet. They probably know there's players nearby, so we'll be wary of these hillsides, but specifics will elude them. Amodi actually over the wall.
Oh.
Won't matter either way, as Sanhok will reboot. We are going for another, apparently.
Just to at least observe, one of the kind of longest waits to have a bit of a reheal. So obviously there was a little bit of a, well, not a little bit, a much bigger reason behind it per se. But again, in the fairness of competition and competitive integrity, it's good to see those decisions being made. It does put a halter on us casting the game, but we'll get to it, and when we will, I'm sure it'll be action-packed.
Hopefully, one would hope. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to a short break on the interlude. In the meantime, make sure you are checking out those PMCO links that we highlighted earlier at esports.pubgmobile.com/PMCO. In the meantime, here's a quick video for you.
Would you rather get $100,000 now or $1 million in 5 years? $1 million in 5 years, obviously. Would you rather shave your head or have waist-length hair? Well, as you can see, I already struggle a little bit with hair, so I would have to say I want long hair. Please, I would appreciate that. Would you rather not use salt or not use sugar? I have a very sweet tooth and I love ice cream too much, so I would rather not use salt. Would you rather eat an unpeeled lemon or an unpeeled kiwi? I feel like if you would eat an unpeeled lemon, you've probably done really bad things in life and really bad life choices. So unpeeled kiwi all the way, obviously.
Not using, I mean, the one that stands out to me the most is not using salt for Max. I feel like that's a severe underestimation. I feel like that's a severe underestimation of what includes salt and what salt can do as part of a meal. You can have salt on your steak. You can, if you're a meat eater, you can have salt on chips. I mean, that alone, that's it. All crisps off the table.
But the question is not use it. So that means you're not adding salt. A lot of foods already contain a lot of natural salt. And if you're getting a steak in a restaurant,
I'm sorry, overruled.
No, if you're getting a steak in a restaurant, then they're going to season the steak before you eat it. Yeah, of course. Come on.
So you're, oh wow, okay, but you can't choose. You can't have both. That's not allowed. That's just completely out of the spirit of the question, I'm afraid. That's boggled my mind that you even consider. You can have soy sauce. Come on. You can have Marmite. You can have...
Yeah.
Literally most things contain salt. So... I don't know about that one.
You could say the same about sugar.
No.
So many things contain sugar. Whether it's natural sugar or man-made sugar. So much contains sugar. So, you know, like, you gotta think about it. In my opinion, I'd have no salt.
I feel like, look, we'll get off of this topic in a second, but look, sugar is a very interesting term, and I think that the spirit of the question, I think that's what we're going to have to get into, is the concept of adding like granulated sugar or like powdered sugar or something else, and having it on top of a food or as like a coating to a food. So like crisps coated with salt or flavored salt, for instance. Sugar, I feel like there's things like fruit that contain natural sugars, as you say, that I don't think I would count. I think I wouldn't count that. I think I wouldn't count that. But I just, on the balance, I mean, it's salt every day. Savory meals can take you so much further than sweet ones.
Look, we're not nutritionists, but we are PUBG Mobile casters, and we can commentate on the game that we have in front of us. A much different Phase 1 circle. It's on that northern side, predominantly on the mainland, which is certainly good for most of the teams. Eastern Stars, I believe, getting an early pick on the SWAT 69.
There we go. On the top of the hill, Eastern Stars making it work, controlling that ground. shift goes northeast, centering near Paradise Resort, so the north side of that main island will be the finish area. Game Lord control a large swathe of the top of that map at the moment, near Tapmok, towards that bridge as well. They've got Victor and Akashi on those outpost compounds, spotting out anyone trying to leave from that northwestern island.
Big adjustment to Romanian Boys' drop spot. In the past, they've either fought Super Young Roster in Ruins, or they've dropped to the north of Ruins, and they've eventually fought Super Young Roster. But this time around, they've actually gone into Sami. Now, TJB will have seen that with the parachutes, so they will have an automatic level of information, but it might knock TJB a little bit off their perch because they do have a team behind them. They're not used to having a team behind them, so it's something that they're going to need to consider, especially as both teams are generally a little bit of distance away from the edge of the phase on circle.
For Romanian Boys, one of our less crucial than they started the day teams, needing Team Doom to score 8 points more than them per game. That's every single game. Increase 8 points over them. So if they can be hitting, what are we looking at? What, 7th place every time?
Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
And that's why I still appreciate the fact that Romanian Boys have adjusted their drop spot, because not only are they not taking this last Super Weekend for granted, but I also think they're again preparing for the finals a little bit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this drop spot come out from them in the finals, because there's no point in fighting Super Young Roster in Ruins every single Sanhok game in the finals. And even if it is only 2, 4, 6 Sanhok games, it still makes a big difference when you consider that in the finals you're going to have the European regional final spots up for grabs, and I'm sure Romanian Boys will want to be one of the teams getting into the regional finals.
That's what they'll be looking for. Absolutely. Clear visions on the north side of Paradise Resort. No one contesting their drop. Will be looted up. Will be absolutely golden. In a central position in this next circle as well. I wouldn't be too surprised to see teams like PENTA, like Team Doom even, try and push into or past Paradise Resort whilst trying to take a couple of shots at Clear Vision. And once people know where Clear Vision are in Paradise Resort, it becomes a little bit more dangerous.
In the past, I was really hesitant about a team hanging around Paradise for the majority of the first 2 to 3 circles, when Paradise was obviously kind of locked down predominantly inside those phases. I think teams have adapted and been able to lock down those areas pretty well. Plus, within the meta, I don't think a lot of teams really want to go massively close to Paradise Resort unless the big opportunity is there. So I have a little bit more security and Clear Vision being able to do something from this Paradise Resort position. The big question is, will Game Lord disengage away from the coastline of the mainland, trying to block out Eastern Stars, and shift over towards a Monglai split? I think that would be more beneficial coming into Phase 3, Phase 4 for Game Lord in terms of just setting up a strong result.
We haven't seen that double-digit chicken dinner total in Super Weekends yet. I don't think across any PMPL that we've ever seen. I don't think we've managed to reach that 10 chicken dinner mark. That's what I'm looking for Game Lord. That's what I'm hoping for. That's the mission in the next 2 days for me, is that Game Lord chase for the double-digit chicken dinner. For Romanian Boys in conflict with TJB now on their leave. TJB notorious for their heal strat here on Sanhok. And for Romanian Boys try and step on their toes just a little bit. They're going to find out about it.
TJB sent 2 players swinging around on the underside of Sami, so it is still a bit of a isolated fight against TJB, despite them getting an elimination point on the 4 Romanian Boys. So they do still need to thread this with caution. Langex sending it around a little bit closer to the underside of this fight, so a bit of a blanket is being created by TJB. The timing has to be perfect, because if 4 Romanian Boys gets a knock, they're going to confirm that kill, because there's not as much response there for TJB at the moment.
4 Romanian Boys lose Keme as well after losing Royal. Lau's been spotted in the smoke, and Lin, we're going to handle it. Knows he's pushing close. There's backup from the top of the hill, and Lin can just sit tight here. Utilize that off angle. Utilize the teammates for the pressure. There's no real way you get away with that. Lin doesn't even take a lick of damage. Now it's just Poco. This is good news for one other team in the lobby. Team Doom.
It's good. It's good. That's all I'll say. It's even better for TJB. We have kind of questioned their ability to maybe win early fights, more so in Sanhok. They've proven it in Erangel with the North George hold onto the likes of Five Threats and Eastern Stars across multiple games of this PMPL so far. I said that they would have seen the parachutes of 4 Romanian Boys, and they certainly set themselves up to catch out 4 Romanian Boys. It always was going to be technically less secure for 4 Romanian Boys, knowing where TJB were, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't look to shift through the more southern edge roadside of this Sanhok map and play through Camp Charlie into the mainland and come into the circle via, let's say, Quarry cave area, and they paid the price. TJB take them down.
Sprays from Super Young roster towards Swat 69, and Phonics catches too many of them. Loses the player on the hillside. Nemo close, but there's more bullets finding their way towards Phonics and will fall to Hamadi.
It's great what Super Young roster can do when they're not in an early engagement against the team, right? They're able to move out of runes quicker. They're able to play into a bit of a stronger position. I think SWAT 69 were caught off guard for it. Normally they have a lot more time in around the trifecta area. I would say that they need to hang around the trifecta area / bootcamp hill for so long in the game anyway, considering the phase 1 circle. But again, I still believe they've been caught off guard from a timing perspective as phase 2 shifts down south. Still, Paradise Resort relatively in around the center of this phase 2.
Nemo could put a nade in there and take out half the Super Young roster right now with a well-placed nade over the top of that rock. I mean, it's difficult to hit nades downhill. You have to cook them really, really perfectly. But still, dangerous position for Super Young roster in my mind. So he keeps hold of this rock, pops those smokes, slows down the approach.
I don't disagree, but because of the bodies being taken down from SWAT 69, is it really worth the risk? I don't think it is. You're better off keeping 2 alive and avoiding losing more.
A second player down and a third for Team Doom. Their chance to close that points gap is waning very, very fast. Romanian Men locked in combat with them. 0, 1 in 3 of his down teammates. Redox knows the position as well. 0 not even going to go for these reses. Team Doom just want to survive as long as possible. To be fair, if they can make it into those top 4 just from a heal strat, they'll take that.
Yeah, but now Zero's on his own. He's not really going to be able to loot up. He's going to have teams playing around. It might take 4 Romanian Men or even TJB or XTEAM or Super Young roster to go into that compound as a full squad, just scout out the buildings, and that's going to be the end of Team Doom in this game. I can't see them getting any higher than 10th place in this game with how Zero's positioned inside the circle. Game Lord, camping the coastline, believe it or not. Maybe predicting that Big were going to botate in this game, and it seems like Big have disengaged away from the boat. I don't know if it's because Game Lord took shots, but I do appreciate that Game Lord are getting much better of a read on teams around them. It's low-key predictable rotation from Big. I always say with botates, especially in Sanhok, timing is the most important thing, and Big at times have left that botate too late inside Sanhok, and I think this is a good example of it once again. They're not, of course, out of the game, but they're very much locked inside the water as the blue closes in.
for the time being anyway. They'll have to hope that they can keep their shorts dry once they get back onto dry land. TJB rolling up the hill towards Super Young roster. Ali and Tam Tam already planning their defense. GK first in, and will fall as well. The backline going down, but there are refrags. There are repositions coming through from the rest of TJB on this hillside. Elendo, Tam Tam, Modi standing strong though. And TJB break up on the rocks.
Am I right in saying that Lin is the last player up for the team and he's outside of Painan, so the confirmations are going to come through, and despite Ali getting knocked, this is Super Young roster with more elimination points on their side, and they're going to stay up as a full squad on Boot Camp Hill. Clear Vision still inside Paradise Resort as Phase 3 is about to shift up. FTY have a great spread around the Ban Hill. It's on the northern side of Ban Hill, and it's going to benefit them even more on this next shift, but they do have to consider, John, that more teams are going to be converging around them, right? In my opinion, they need to lock down one core area of this hill on the northern side and then look to gatekeep as many teams as possible as Big go down. I hate to say I told you so, Big, but I kind of told you so.
That's right. I tried something. Didn't work. Game Lord from the northern side will shut that down for elimination points from the northern side.
Yeah.
They'll have to move down south fairly sharpish. They did stay there for that camp onto Big's position for quite a while. I don't know if you caught as well, the Hamadi from Super Young roster swung around the compound to the north of Painan to try and spot out the last player of TJB. They knew there was one extra player. They know that TJB like to play this heel strat. And this is what we're going to see from Lin moving forward in this circle. How far can this work when it starts in Phase 2, in Phase 2 or 3?
I think with the amount of buildings, he's going to be able to loot up around the Western Quarry area leading into phase number 3. I think it could work fairly well. They moved a little bit quicker than they have in previous Sanhok games in through the first couple of circles. I don't think it's out of the water just yet for Lin to get a strong result inside the Sanhok game as a heel strat. Good proactivity from Clear Vision, moving out of Paradise Resort, catching out one of the Shockwave players. And knock came through, but no confirmations as of yet. Just some continued level of suppression as they control the compound either side of the road.
Shockwave, with that control on the northern side, will face off Eastern Stars, who seem to be skirting just a little bit east of it. Could see Kapahala leading that movement for Eastern Stars, getting to some buildings, getting some cover.
Game Lord, they're swinging on the northeastern side around the Camp Bravo Hill. It's a good rotation considering they were coming in late off the back of camping big on the edge of the water side. They do still have to be careful. They've Eastern Stars around them. They've Real Tigers 9 that are potentially going to be able to do a lot of work against both of these teams. And there you go. Akashi gets a knock on the Kapahala.
We'll go down. Playing as the scout right now for Eastern Stars. The full force of them still left behind. Akashi does get another tickle through the windowsill. Kapahala unlikely to get back up here.
Yeah, he's down. There's no point in going for any kind of res, and just hope that he can continue to give information. The important thing for Game Lord is that they had Narvello a little bit outside of the blue, and I thought he might stay in the blue for phase 3 to continue to maybe create a strong pinch against Eastern Stars, but I don't think they had all the information of where the rest of Eastern Stars were. The next phase pops up, it goes northwest, still a tiny bit of the edge of Paradise Resort in play. That's once again good for Clear Vision.
Seems like this is the game to play from. Kapahala will go down finally. Another knock went over towards the Eastern Stars in the meantime, leaving them on 2. Game Lord picking up 6 eliminations. Narvello spot storing, but reposition is good. This is the out in the blue off angle you were talking about. Narvello operating with that ticking damage. Playing it nicely as well. Octavian and Doran last standing. They know the rocks that this guy's on as well.
Yeah, this was just really executed, really well executed play from Game Lord. Again, Narvella maybe didn't have all of the information, but as he joined closer to his team, it allowed all of them to start to wrap around a little bit more, especially with the circle shift coming through and create pressure onto Eastern Stars. Octavian has been able to disengage away. Doran is absolutely pinched. The reason why I'm putting a little bit more stress on Clear Vision's position and Clear Vision's rotations, that they're the only team in the top 12 yet to get a chicken dinner across these super weekends. They're 5th overall, but I really want to see them grab a game in the 3rd super weekend. It will help their confidence.
Not only that, it'll help their bottom line. $1,000 up for grabs for it. Real Tigers 9 coming into conflict with XTEAM. Zombie last standing now. Sorry, there are 2 players alive for XTEAM. Not the last standing, but last in that area. Nightmare, the other player for XTEAM. It's Real Tigers 9. Oh, gets shut down just a little bit. Nightmare with the Vector, able to do a lot of work there, but needs to heal on up.
Oh,
Zombie
wow.
can't get it done. Nazgod is on the swivel. Hardman for the backup as well. And it's XTEAM to go down. Real Tigers 9 stay up with 4.
Beautiful play by Nazgod, specifically Hardman and Michu kind of covering the outside of the circle, which I think is a bad idea. 2-2 split in phase 4 is extremely risky. In my eyes, it should have been the 3-1 split from Real Tigers 9. They still have the ability to control, and that's where we see Michu standing tall, getting the knock on the victor. Good proactivity from Real Tigers 9 all the same.
On the eastern side, they are playing edge though, so potential for it to really not play well for them. Team Doom down 2 points on the game. Not the 8 that they needed. In fact, only 2 of them, and that will open that lead. Keep that lead open. It will close it by 2 points, but that's really not what you want to see. This was their chance, and they squandered it.
Now Varlo gets knocked. His opportunity in this game squandered down on his knees by Real Tiger 9. It leaves Akashi as the last player up. Maxon said on the previous day that it was Akashi's turn when they weren't playing in the final game of the day. So maybe it's Akashi's turn, a little bit delayed, to get a strong result inside Sanhok. It's going to be easier said than done because this is a really risky map to play through.
Octavian down. Shockwave roll up on the position, and they're putting points on the board fairly consistently now today. 2 eliminations so far on the game. And just Doran for the Eastern Stars in their area. Could prove to be troublesome, but should be okay from now on in. TJB still have Lin out in the blue, looking just fine. 6 eliminations, still surviving.
Superior roster springing through, very healthy through this map on the northern edge of Paradise Resort. They're going to be able to lock down the majority of these teams. The biggest threat that they have is PENTA, and PENTA are certainly making it count. Manu with the knock on the Hamodi.
TJB down, so Lin no longer healing. Giants right on the edge. They aren't healing out in the blue just yet, but they might make that call fairly soon. Shots from Clear Vision suppressing everybody's movements. FTY have made it up to that compound on the south side of it. Clear Vision's
I don't know why Manu pushed in on his own, by the way. The whole of PENTA, or at least the majority of PENTA, should have pushed up in Superior roster. Yes, the circle was about to shift, but in my opinion, when the opportunity to close out a team is there, you take a PENTA.
Real Tigers 9 with a nade from Nano. Take some heavy hits, take some punishment there. We'll have to regroup to push in from the eastern side. The southeastern side is probably the most deadly right now. Super young roster getting thinned out by PENTA as they try and make these pushes in.
Terminus ripped. Seiko all together. One nade will be the end of Shockwave. Are happy trying to heal up, but in comes Shockwave.
Trying to crash straight onto this compound. Real Tigers 9 eliminated in the meantime, and Shockwave stay alive. All 4 of them are there. The nades didn't quite land, and now it's Clear Vision slowing things down, forcing this rest from Hamodi. Are they going to regroup? I just don't know. Where is the backup from across the way? You're right, they can't regroup. They can't get across this road. It's just not there. Seiko charges in, gets this first knock as well with Nightmare at the back, and they'll find a second as well. Clear Vision's getting displaced, but there is a knock sent back their way. Alking and Samo their counterparts across the road taken out.
Yeah, the 2-2 split just maybe a little bit too risky this late into the game from Clear Vision. Probably should have joined up. FTY, Zodak's the last player, and Molly right close by. Giants send it in.
Tickling the toes with heat. In goes Ripped, followed by Seiko around the door frame, but Samo is there.
Oh my
UMP
God.
pushes it out,
Oh my
finds a second
God.
as well. This guy, he wants revenge for the rest of his squad. Samo maybe hopping out the window, no, sends it around yet again, catches them rezzing, and Shockwave fall to the mighty gun of Alking and Samo now across the way. Akashi, FTY, Giants as well, still going. FTY to fall, Giants with 2 and Akashi there in the wings.
The circle shifts on up, goes towards the 2 remaining players of Clear Vision. Penta outside the circle now with 2 players left up. Doran of Eastern Stars has been able to stay alive, as has Akashi.
Hocus, the DBS wizard in these later circles, chunking up those cartridges.
Ooh.
Wants to pop them in later. Samo down first, and Penta make their move. Doran's on the outside track as well as Giants get a self-team nade.
No
Game
way.
Lord eliminated. Akashi goes down. Penta controlling, but there's the nade from Doran on the outside as well to land the damage. Penta curtailed. Clear Vision's low. Doran with a chance as he makes the break, but it's shut down. And just like that, Clear Visions wipe the Sanhok competition.
This was a crazy game. I know that's a little bit cliche to say about Sanhok, but it was one of the crazier ones, and I definitely think a product of that was it being on the mainland right from phase 1, so teams maybe felt a little bit more confident of positioning themselves up there. But then when it shifted to compounds either side of the hill, whether it's outside Paradise, outside of Ban, it became a lot trickier for these teams. Clear Vision made initial mistakes, but Shockwave made more. You don't go for the revives when you're looking to clean out a fight. I know it wasn't the safest fight for Shockwave when it came down to it, but again, you get there, you don't go for the revives, you just go for the fight.
They lost out on the tempo. I mean, there were so many teams on the outside as well that could potentially even spot you out and take those pot shots. It's a difficult scenario for sure. And Shockwave, to be fair, lasted a lot longer than I thought they might have done. Ulysses, top of the tables though for Giants.
It was a silent but deadly game for Ulysses and the whole of Giants. They played a little bit quieter on that eastern side of the map. Maybe they could have been a bit more aggressive earlier on, but they waited, they bided their time. The Ban Hill side is a little bit trickier to play through when it got more on the edge of the circle, so they had to take their time. And I'm sure they would have heard a lot of shots when it came to Real Tigers 9, Game Lord, you know, and around that eastern edge of the circle. So that's why they waited, and it did result in a good game for Giants.
Well, it's Clear Visions who had not a long distance to go. They managed to take the chicken dinner, and in the end, put that first one that you were looking for up on the board.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. I'm so excited because Clear Vision finally getting their first chicken dinner super weekend. They finally get themselves $1,000 to spend. Well, not obviously per player, but still, they have the chance to make $1,000 per player if they can close out some more chicken dinners over the course of the next few days. Jason Kaplan, Max Man, Kalaris, they don't need an introduction, but I'll give them one anyways. We'll take a look at the match standings and get an idea of how many points they won, as well as some other teams. But this Sanhok, Max, I know you want to touch on a little bit with TJB and Team Doom. Or Romanian Boys, sorry.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting, right? Because, you know, TJB, they're the heal strat. They perfected the heal strat, and sneaky for Romanian Boys were like, that's ours now. We're gonna drop Same. We're gonna get the meds. We're gonna do the heal strat just to stay safe in the top 16, just to really make sure Team Doom can't quite overtake our position, even though it seems very unlikely. You never know. There's still a chance. And they tried to go for it, but TJB did not want to have anything to do with that. Instantly get back as a 4-man crew, go for the push, eliminate all the 4 Romanian Boys while still remaining as a 4-man team. That was the one big opportunity that could have changed things out for Team Doom, but it just didn't quite go their way either.
Yeah, really interesting dynamic considering, you know, we'd already just prefaced all this with like, yeah, what's the point of heal strat? You know, you want to go for the win, you're going to go for $1,000. But for one team, as you say, the one team that could potentially actually benefit from it to make sure that their lead is extended, yeah, gets bopped.
Yeah, unfortunate times, but you know what? It's not that big of a deal in the end.
Yeah.
Let's look down the list here. You can see TJB still getting 7 points. Super Young roster as well with 7, which, again, it's not a massive amount of points for Super Young roster, but it is still a good sign that they are starting to pick up steam going into the finals happening next week. Game mode as well at 12. Let's see the second page. Also, PENTA 15. What's a PENTA today? They're trying to replicate their performance from last Super Weekend. There we go. 4 Mini Boys 0, Big 0, Team Doom 2. 2 will never be enough, unfortunately. But
no,
I think for me that basically does it in my head. I don't want to call the race early, but I just don't see a way.
Yeah,
with one match today left.
You're pretty much on the money, right? It's like 7 points across 4 games. Like, what does now the average end up being to attack the moving goalpost that is for Romanian Boys? Yeah, I mean, yes, even though they got 0 points, technically didn't move in this game. We're gonna have some movements happen. I think is fair to say in the next coming games. So.
Well, I mean, the gap's not any closer now than it was at the start of the day. It's actually further away than it was at the start of the day. So I mean, that right there is just the sign. If we saw them, closing that lead of 71 points, then I'd say, okay, there's a possibility. But
yeah,
you just haven't seen anything out of them, unfortunately. But at least they were able to qualify into the final Super Weekend.
Yep. I think at this point, Max, they probably think to themselves, okay, how can we get a 1,000-point chicken dinner under our belt here? And that might have to be what we're aiming for alone. For the Super Weekend.
Exactly. It's the only tangible thing Team Doom can try and go for. They know, if they're looking at the rankings here, they should know, like, yeah, guys, this is not going to happen. What do we do now? The very next step should be just try and get some wins. If you can get just even one win, that's still $1,000. That's a lot of money. You're getting through this, right? And I think that's how Team Doom should really see it, because I think that their adventure here for this PMPL is going to end on Sunday. They're done, and they're going to have to come back next season, hopefully, to try and learn from their past mistakes and hopefully improve over time.
That's a good point, actually, right? I mean, you don't necessarily, if your team do, need to look at, okay, how can we get into the finals here? It's more about a learning experience. Take what you've been able to learn from this event, try to take it with you into the next event, and hopefully get even further then. So that's actually a nice little positive spin on it, Max. Look at you. Glass is half full.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'll see the glass later I'm using. You'll see if it's full or not. I don't know.
There was so many ranges of emotions coming out of Max right there. Like, yeah, ooh. I don't know.
It feels weird, like saying something nice. I'm like, what's happening?
I can fix that if you want.
Oh, no, it's cool. No, stay like this. Okay. I like this. This is cool. This is great.
All right. Instead, we'll talk about Clear Vision, take a look at the player stats here, and break down, obviously, the top performers when it came to their first chicken dinner. Usually it's Hamodi. I didn't want to do it that way, Kalaris. I'm sorry. But Samo coming up big.
Yeah, Samu doing pretty well for himself. I think the compound that they took, considering the circle movements, great compound to take. Me and Max were talking about the potential rivals to that compound. So bear in mind, Clear Vision, they started off Paradise Resort, moved down to that compound. Nicely done. You're in a brilliant spot. The only 2 positions to strike out at where they were the other compounds across the roads. And there was an attempt, I believe, Max?
Yeah, that was actually a attempt from Shockwave with a lot of smokes. I think almost too much smokes. I think they were also lost in the midst of their smokes. Like, where are actually we going? No, we go north, south, east, west. We don't know. So it got a little bit confusing for Shockwave. And literally, if you cannot get the initial breach to go well, if you don't get some great mollies, some great nades to try and block out the angles, what's going to happen is you're going to be stuck but next to that wall outside of the building, and you're just going to have the players off clear vision, which is exactly what happened. Going to peek around, pre-fire in the smoke. It doesn't matter. They don't see you because they know exactly where you're standing. Go for the pre-fire and boom, an easy 2-3 eliminations on top of it. So good play from Clear Vision in how they tried to defend himself, but Shockwave, a little bit faster, a little bit more snappy, and that could have been potentially their win.
Yeah, I think actually we see a lot of this happen, if I'm not mistaken. We're just kind of like a little bit of different decisions being made, a little bit of situational awareness opens things up for a drastic change in the outcome. But again, these are also learning experiences for some teams out there, maybe like Shockwave on top of that. But let's take a look now at our Sanhok numbers that we come to expect and come to love here with our damage and eliminations graphic, and get an idea of the damage that was done.
Hey,
that looks pretty Sanhok to me.
That does look Sanhok, doesn't it? Again, you know, we always come to this and we always say to the audience as a whole, there is a lot of third parties going on. There is a lot of edge fighting going on, and because of that you see these very close numbers actually come to fruition. And even in the teams that are in the compounds are kind of having these close numbers, because by the time everything crunches down onto their position, there's 2 or 3 teams left, and they're all, you know, having a little battle between themselves.
I'm actually surprised we're not seeing FTY on this page, because they were on a position right north of Barn, and there was a lot of teams that are actually trying to rotate through that overall position. I think it was XTEAM, I think there was SYR, Giants, I think relatively close to that position, so I think FTY could have been a heavy contender actually on our top fraggers and top damage dealers of this game, but it seemed like that was not the case. They were trying to play passive, trying to aim for the compound where Clear Vision were aiming for, and yeah, they tried to get himself a good finish, but it didn't quite work out. But still good on FTY's position. They gave it a fair shot.
Yeah, gave it a fair shot indeed. But either way, I mean, there's still some decent limbs going in for a lot of teams out here for some extra points. So obviously, the extra points they get, the places they get in 1 through 16, it's not going to matter in Super Weekend. It's not like you get a certain amount of points for finishing first or for finishing 16th. It's all about the chicken dinners, which is going to lead us into what we want to talk about now, how much money some teams have won. Game Lord, we know, is on 6 eliminations. That's $6,000 for themselves, but we can see quite a few teams actually sitting on 4.
Ooh. Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice. I think they got a little bit more than 6 eliminations though, Jason. What's that of Game Lord? But yeah, so far 6 chicken dinners. I believe 6 chicken dinners in Super Weekend was also the record set so far in the Western European region. So that's the record to beat. Game Lord, 1 chicken dinner, they can make it happen. Or we can see, you know, the rally happening for Eastern Stars Big, Real Tigers 9, where they get like 2 chicken dinners in a row or in a day, and they can catch up to Game Lord. That can happen. Yeah, even Unicorns of Love, even though they didn't qualify in this final Super Weekend, still $3,000 richer thanks to those wins they got in the first 2 Super Weekends. Can't complain too much about that.
Yeah, Real Tiger is 9 is my surprise here for all of this. And yeah, you know what, Jason? I'm betraying PUBG Mobile this evening. I'm going for a different type of poultry for my dinner. I'm going for a duck dinner, not a chicken dinner tonight. So yeah, I'm sorry, PUBG Mobile.
No $1,000.
No $1,000 for me.
Yeah.
All right. I'm so confused where that came from. Just like randomly, oh, Jason, I just want to tell you what I'm eating for dinner tonight.
That's right.
That was just completely caught me off guard. All right. Well, you know what? I hope you enjoy your duck dinner.
Thank you.
Max, I hope you enjoy your cookie dough ice cream dinner, and I'll just try to find something I possibly can eat for dinner. But let's move on into the schedule, I guess. You guys can see what's coming up next. Remember, there's only 1 match left to go today. And you guys all know what it's going to be, right, Max? What is it going to be?
It's going to be Erangel. There you go. So, trying to be...
A lot of energy there.
Yeah,
that was
there you go.
That was like too much energy for me.
I never do anything right. I'm trying to please you, Jason. I don't know why I try anymore.
See, that's the problem. You're trying to please me. You shouldn't try to please me. My opinion doesn't matter, Max. Anyways, we have the last match coming up in just a few seconds, but we have a sweet little video for you guys to watch at home before we get there.
How much health will you lose if you jump out of the Novo Tower platform?
So you die. You lose all your HP.
80 HPs.
How long can you stay underwater before you start losing health?
I guess 10 minutes.
10 seconds.
How long does it take a player to bleed out once he is knocked during the first zone?
So maybe I will say 30 minutes.
45 seconds.
What is the maximum number of vehicles that can spawn inside Pachinki City?
We're jumping the Pachinki actually, and I will say like 50.
2.
How many different types of scopes are there in the game?
I would say 10.
7.
There you have it. People guessing. Some people get it right. Some people getting it wrong. Blank. Were you keeping your score, or were you just prepping your notes for this game?
I mean, I got about 10 out of 10 out of all 4, so it was easy for me. I think when we heard Poker say 10 minutes to drown the water, I don't think he's ever played in the water for the first place, so that's fine. That's okay for Giants. If that's what they want to do. They don't want to play in the water ever. They don't want to play in that water. They want to play on dry land. They're not fishes. They don't want to go for those cheeky 4th places. They want the 1st places only. So hats off to you, Pocus, for not even knowing that. That's okay.
That's okay in our book. It's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. But we're getting into the final game of today's proceedings from south of Sosnovka Military Base to actually leaning a little Zaki way over on the north side of the island, the plane path.
A little Zaki way.
Oh, just a little Zaki way. Just cheeky to finish us out.
Indubitably. That's very good. Yeah, very good. I like that. Unfortunately, it will be poor Team Doom paddling it down River Styx at the moment. 7 points today. It was a good run. It was a good run from league player number 3. But whatever. These things happen. Come back stronger than before. That's what it's all about. But look at these other teams. Eastern Stars 3-3-3 on the points with Game Lord above them by about 110 points. Which is kind of unreal, to be honest with you. It's a big number. IC's still 1st place after all these games today, overall Super Weekends, despite not playing this one. I think that's the big thing to hold on to. But yeah, you're right. This playing path heading right through the center of the map. Pretty easy for most people. I think the people that are most happy about this one, though, is Eastern Stars, considering it was a little bit wonky off to the east side on Sosnovka, allowing them to jump out the plane and get those early parachutes down to Milton Power.
Spread out from TJB over towards North George. Saverni's looking good for big. Circle, central, towards those Gatka fields. We've seen this circle quite a few times this tournament so far, Blank.
We have indeed. This is a pretty typical circle. Could head down towards Quarry. Could head over towards Pachinki. You never know. Again, Giants look like they're turning it on a lot more in this Super Weekend, which is good news. Happy days for them. We want to see more out of them for that. I think their Miramar games have been fairly good so far, John, honestly. But we are on our last Erangel game of the day before we head into day 2. And then day 3, and then obviously we'll have a little break and then head to the finals, which is where the real magic is going to happen. But there's still a magical $11,000 still to be won here, which is quite a big number now you think about it.
Spicy, absolutely. I'm just still flabbergasted by Game Lord's total score. I mean, to be able to maintain that sort of an
0.
average. No, well, yeah, obviously on this, game, obviously. But they've been able to maintain a massive points average. It's absolutely insane. Tell you what else is pretty insane, Blank.
Oh yeah.
It's the PMCO 2022 spring. Registration is open for the PMCO. If you want to get involved, you can head on over to the link pinned on the live chat. You can head to the link esports.pubgmobile.com/PMCO. Get you and your mates, get you and your squad signed up, ready to drop in. And you two one day could absolutely dominate those leaderboards.
And flabbergast John. That's the main thing. You want to flabbergast John when he is surprised, then you are doing well. Well, I think eventually everyone can get there with a little bit of work, a little bit of practice. I will say everyone can do that. And also what everyone can do is watch PMPL in PUBG Mobile and earn some rewards. And that's 15th through the 17th of April. If you want to do that, you can open up the game, slap that quick play button right there, go to the Esports Event Center, and then participate in the scheduled events to earn some special items in-game as well. So everyone's taking away something after this tournament. You know, the players, they're grabbing some money. You guys at home, you're grabbing some items, and you're also grabbing some entertainment here on the show. So thank you much for being with us, and we hope you stick around to finals.
Right, everyone except for Team Doom. They don't get anything.
John, stop it.
No.
Don't be mean. They can still get a chicken dinner. All right, that's the consolation you're looking for here.
Yeah, well, I'll see it when I see it.
Right, look, just because Max chose sugar over salt doesn't mean that you can still rub
still
salt
angry
in
about
Team
that.
Doom's wounds.
I'm still upset about that.
I know you are.
Silliest decision.
It's very mean. You shouldn't be doing this at all, ever. And you should leave Max alone for his sugar-coated life.
Salt is this.
Is that what it is? Yeah?
That's right.
All right, okay. I don't think it is.
No,
Actually, it kind of is. Yeah.
It kind of is.
It does all encompass most things. Right now, though, Circle encompasses mostly this western side of the map. We're waiting for that phase 2 shift, which will determine a lot where these teams have to go. Big coming up from Severny, heading downwards. Obviously, the team that we've kept notables on, right? Because they are losing players early. And despite that, they're still winning some freakish fights with limited members. And that's what worries me about them, is that there's so much potential in this team, and often squandered in the early game where something doesn't happen according to how they'd like it to go, and then things just get worse by the minute. Despite that, they can never be counted out because they are just wild out here in Erangel and in any other map, despite how many players they do have.
Clear Visions coming off the back of their Sanhok win. Now in School and Apartments on that split. Close to the team that shall not be named.
Thank you.
In Rosok. Keep you happy, keep you happy.
Yeah, you do. You do. Sometimes. Tongjibao, southwest side, North George. No one's bothering them. Time being, at least. Shockwave towards the center of the map, actually, this time. Not heading up towards Arki. Just underneath for Romanian Men. Seems like a place that they're more consistently dropping now. And they have actually caused for Romanian Men a fair bit of troubles along the way. And as I say that, look at that. A quick knock over towards Dewey. I love it when a plan comes together.
Oh, I can't remember what character that is. I know it's from the A team. I can't remember what the name of him is.
Oh,
it's the one with the cigar.
Yeah, give me a second. I can pull him up.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Sarah, trying to pull up on that high ground against Shockwave right now. Looking for the shots. Hannibal, there you go. All right.
Perfect. In before Kalaris corrects me.
I mean, he was around in that time. Yeah, he was part of the A team. He was the guy with all the chains, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yes, that's why he says fool all the time, right? That's him.
I have heard him say that quite a lot. That's right.
Yeah. Shockwave's still here. Great position, actually. With a fair few dips to play around where you can peek over the lips towards four Romanian Men who've only got a couple of rocks to keep them at bay. Dewey did get back up on his feet, though, which is always nice.
Back to fighting form as well. Ripped taking the seat from Sarah. That's going to go well to open up that backstop. Four Romanian Men are split, so if they go for the crash, they need to time it well. Do sends forward in the buggy, will be the first to face. Backup coming in. Nightmare should be known in this shack. Nade out through the wall, not potting one back through that window. The Nightmare's out for the challenge. Dewey looking to contest around the side there as backup is cut off. Zico fells there on the approach. Redox not quite getting back to cover, but it's currently in the advantage of four Romanian Men with the drop shot. Nightmare stays up and kicking. Really good stuff, but the nade posted in allows Rana back around.
Now Ripped immediately running across here, trying to provide support to the rest of the team. Sarah in the back lines behind the tree, very low though. Won't be able to getting back up to full HP, and with Dewey going down, same with Rana. Terminus hitting some crackers from along the way. Sarah just has to go for the heal.
Oh, how on earth did Rip get back to cover there? A sliver of HP, position known. Sarah not quite landing those. Terminus is going to get that. That should do the trick, and it will allow Ripped to get back behind cover, though. So we find ourselves in a 2 versus 1 with a res possible onto Nightmare. If you can pick this back up, if Sarah doesn't go unnoticed here, the spray around the corner will give the game away. Terminus will peek back. We'll know if there's a player pushing close. Baiting it on the outside. Nightmare gets a heal off, and Sarah is going to fall. Four Romanian Men fall to Shockwave.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there, though I do think Sarah played that extremely well towards the end. I know that he knew the player behind the cylinder, the gas tank, was trying to go for a heal there, and unless he sent out that wild nade, which wasn't properly cooked or properly timed or properly aimed, he wasn't getting him down. So he gets a nice hit on it, will get the player in the back, try to send the nade over to delay, but Shockwave's having none of it and just goes straight through with the res. It was either the res or they lose that fight. So very, very well done to Shockwave to bide their time and just be patient with things. But yeah, I think Shockwave restabilized from that fight very, very efficiently. But for Romanian Men, the fact they're getting shut down by Shockwave, who was one of our worst teams towards the beginning of this tournament, it hurts me, you know, it hurts me.
Shockwave's one of those teams that has good days and has bad days, in my mind. I feel like today, very much a good day. Consistent points coming up on the board, winning engagements like that, and keeping themselves very much in the running. We were talking about this as a team that could potentially be even leapfrogged by Team Doom, but this is not the team that we're seeing today. Shockwave have absolutely stepped up. They've left Zaki on the drop spot. They absolutely have changed their tune, and I'm happy to see it. I like this new Shockwave.
Zaki just wasn't working out for them. And now, leaving that drop spot, oh, everything's so much better now. That's to be sure. Giants on their way out, this time not losing a player on the rotate, which is extremely important to the success of their game. This time Big gets into the circle nice and early, looking for somewhere to go, but everyone's in vehicles, so they can just post up and hit themselves into a nice impromptu compound should they need to with the vehicles on board. Giants hit the ditch just underneath the church from Pachinki. And again, with this central position, you know, they don't have to go too far away from their original drop spot. So this is nice. They've done some initial scouting and back to basics in Pachinki.
Uh-oh. PENTA find out about the front bumper of the vehicle that runs them down. Big. Rolling over on Manu. 3 players now for PENTA on the South Pachinki Hills. Hotly contested territory. And you are going to be isolated to one of those peaks. Might take you a couple of hours to get from one to the other, Blank, but it's not going to stop teams from trying.
Yeah, I think Big mistook Manu for being a kinesthetic learner there and really took the class quite physically to them about learning about vehicles. So slightly unfortunate for that team. But PENTA heading back just slightly. Try and regroup and reassess the scenario from this side of the hill. Big, on the other hand, not losing a player here is fantastic. This is what I wanted to see. Now they can start to leverage this position. Currently to the south side of Pachinki. A lot of teams lining up on this southwest corner of the circle. You got Super Young roster all the way in the back. 4 Romanian Boys after that, Shockwave after that, and then into Big, then this PENTA fight that's currently going on. So there is a lot of teams to take one another's place here, but currently Big is right at the front of the queue.
Holes up top. I think that nade's going to give his position away. Could prove to be important there, but Michi sends all the way up. Michi just sends around wide, gets the scout on, will ping that out, and with Beast cresting this ridge, Holes left in a really sticky situation on a complete crossfire between the big players and cannot get that done. Beast with the transfer as well. Finds Dwas on the back of it. And now it's just Muzi for PENTA. Left running away in the buggy under the watchful gaze of Mihi. Tire popped on the buggy. And is slow to get across there, rolling backwards to get behind the rock, get to some cover. Last player stands for PENTA.
It just about gets away there, and I wonder if Big is just going to send this straight down. Beast, low HP, so maybe not the best idea, but he's have Michi in tow. We have to be worried about FTYs coming off the distance. I think this is maybe an overzealous play coming through from Big. They desperately need the backup, and surely Swat can start to pin that information back. That FTYs off the distance after hitting a nice little off angle onto that final player. Quick loot and quick retreat, because FTY, they're coming in hot and fast.
Seemingly close to SWAT 69 as well. They're all on each other's trails, all interwoven on the threads of their future for this game. And Big, they get back up the top of the hill, they get back control of the summits of South Pachinki. And they'll be okay for now, but XTEAM may be moving in on the east side.
I think for Big, ending this super weekend on a second place overall would be the ideal result. for them, just in terms of performance and gameplay, because I do think that coming to the finals, they need a little bit of that motivation, because Eastern Stars have had a bit of a wonky tournament so far, and it's very, very odd to see them in second place, because it's not necessarily we're ever screaming about them, praising them to the sunshine. And I think that, to be honest with you, they just have been that covert team that's just slowly pinned up points every single game. Nothing spectacular, so to speak, but they're still making it happen. And in second place, you know, they're kind of, I don't want to say a sleeper team, but it's a team that we don't often talk about, right? It's just a team that's just slowly working their way through. I think the main times we've talked about them is how nervous we get during the league play when they just slowly and almost effortlessly in that final game make it into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, right, absolutely. That seems to be the only time that I can really remember highlighting them. But yeah, they're just, every time they are chugging along. They are the diesel engines of this lobby, Blank. They just keep going, really getting that job done. And it is working out, you're right. 333 points so far at the start of this game. Trying to put on a couple more, obviously, with that extra elimination point so far. The catch-up is going to take a little bit of a while from Big, though. 293, it's at 30, actually 40 clear points behind Eastern Stars.
Yeah, they got a fair few points this game, though, so they have bumped that up just a little bit. You are right, the chase is going to be a little bit difficult for them. Big with 4 points on the cards already, with 4 alive in a fairly decent position. Over towards that southeast edge, they can continue to play that edge for a little while longer. Next circle will pop and I'll head down their way. And this is about time that you want to think about heading towards that west side, towards those hills where you can start to play off on the southwest side of Pachinki. You don't really want to be caught in the fields on the southwest here. It'd be disastrous for you.
Next team on the east, close to Big now. Another challenge for them. That is far too few tires for that vehicle beast. Come on, stop being silly. Stop plowing the hills.
I'm here to mow your lawn.
Oh dear. I'm not going to be
Some good shots coming down onto the rocks at the moment. Similar position to what we saw Big deal with before. I think the only reason he is dragging that car over there is purely for not emotional support, but compound support, right? Giving themselves something to play behind, because there's very little cover when it comes to these hillsides. And sometimes you just have to create your own. And Beast, you know, here's one he made earlier.
With a big shift down to the southeast as well, it's going to be fairly invaluable to have that sort of cover, to have that sort of backup. Eastern Stars, the Diesel team, trying to move up in these hillsides as well. Big fending off this position will start to get tougher now.
I like that from Swave. Nade comes up and he's just wandering around like, oh bloody hell. Absolutely torn apart here with the shrapnel. Oh no. Maybe get out of the way, maybe I need to go up the side, but Athis has really got this on target. Knows there's one more here, and someone needs to get around the start taking shots, and they do. Beast finally there on the off angle, John, like you said.
Able to get a sneaky couple of shots in, but alerting Eastern Stars to the presence of the position could slow them down. I think that's a smoke there to drop off that position, allow them to move around the right-hand side. But X Team now take this opportunity to move in. Eastern Stars should know that this is a new team rocking up into the fight. They'll see these vehicles coming through, and they'll know that this is a three-way fight at this stage. Big may look to disengage, or the Eastern Stars could slink away down to the south.
Yeah, there's a lot of nades coming over the top, and Athis and the rest of company have currently used up so much utility just trying to dissuade Big from even trying to crest this little hillside and shooting down towards them. So they are in a bit of an awkward spot, and right now it's really about dealing with X Team, because Big's moved away at this point in time, and Athis still has more nades to go, lobbing more over the top, but they're just short, John, and this is ever more a drain on their bank of utility at the moment. So they need to be quick about this.
Keep pressuring X Team back with nades. They are spending a lot of this utility, you're right. Kapahala's on the off angle, looking to get handled, but Eastern Stars crest the ridge in response. They don't get these knocks, though. Crucially, both Nightmare and Bimmy taken low but don't go down. There is a knock finally found on the back foot. Kapahala isolated. Athis can get res, but might not be so lucky for the Warlord.
Yeah, Game Lord's really the only team that's preventing from XTEAM from cleaning this one up right now. There are smokes going off in the direction of Kapahala, but now Game Lord, the two players here looking to take on the entirety of XTEAM by themselves. You know, you believe it. We always believe it from this team. But Eastern Stars suddenly just get taken down by Big, who come back to the fight, realize there's fighting going on, and will just immediately go for it. Unfortunately, in the process, they've lost 2.
4 drops to 3 teams on this South Hill of Pachinki. The circle is going to shift away from this engagement as Real Tigers 9 are taking on shots towards XTEAM as well. Team Doom on the northern side having a tough time of it again. And looking at once more fall short of the mark. TJB and SWAT69 making their life hell.
SWAT69, they have eyes on towards Big. And really, even if Game Lord do finish this fight with XTEAM, it's not really beautiful sunny pastures that await them on the top of this hill. It's just more teams that can see you. But again, this is the obstacle in the path. The nice nades going over the top. Do spot out Bimmy here, and Akashi will take shots, but he's just not on target.
Bimmy nails the shots over towards Akashi. Victor, the last player now for Game Lord standing. XTEAM losing players to nades from Victor himself. Smokes going to be thrown down the hill. But Bimmy, do you want to commit to this, or do you want to get to the next zone? I feel like in terms of point scoring average, it might be better to try and commit to the zone, but sends down the hill, wants these reses.
And now with both players back up into fighting strength, and this is dangerous because they have to get this up now, and Game Lord's not a team to shy away from a push, and here they come. They still have one player on the backstop, but Victor's moving around the side. Nice shots from Akashi just to distract.
And there's the conversion. Beautiful stuff. Victor, basically not even needed there. Akashi, a one-man army in that fight, but there's a duo from Game Lord still in the lobby, so everything's to play for.
Big still up with 2 players in Swave and Mickey. We know how far this team can continue going. I believe that's actually... No, I thought that was one more big player coming through from Giants, but they just have very similar colors on the map. And my eyesight has never been the best, so you'll forgive me for that. TJB up towards that northwest side, looking to still make their way in. A bit more grouped up this time, so they're on the line, but there is a huge amount of teams all trying to occupy this one hillside. So it's going to get messy, John.
Really, really is. TJB, Shockwave, FTY with their entry to the southeast side of it, a little bit further away, can take some pot shots. SWAT69 on the hill main, but clear visions on the north side also have vision here. 0 from Team Doom, just trying to survive as long as possible.
Shockwave down to 3. Terminus behind the tree here. Lin moving it in with the vehicle again. They're so important at this stage of the game, especially for getting up this hillside. You don't really want to be caught out in the open, just sprinting it up the hill. You're going to be out of breath and also out of life when people start sending the bullets your way. Nemo on the top side, nade in hand from the top of the rock.
Sends it towards Shockwave's direction. Does our Nemo. Goodness me, that is one bold push coming out on the swing for TJB. Gets some scouting out, gets some crucial information, and they can back it up, but TJB taking heavy punishment here, going down to the play zone for that car swing as well. Lin behind this tree. Phonics looking down the valley towards TJB. I don't think they're going to last out much longer here. Don't think Zero's been spotted in this position, but very close to clear visions.
An almost suicidal run coming through from TJB straight out into the blue and sending it round. I mean, picking up these vehicles, yeah, it's going to become useful in the late game, but sometimes you're going to just prioritize staying alive in the circle. GK first takes a massive battering there and will be sent down after he gets belted away by FTY. And now Langzi has to provide support for the rest of the team. You can see SWAT69 just perched on the top side here, still sending bullets down.
Trying to eke out any sort of presence here. Lin back in the vehicle. GK first down to a nade after the re-res. Langzi standing against Shockwave. Will cut down 1, will cut down 2. Shockwave eliminated, and TJB still have 2 players standing to get on with. 0, 14 Doom, finds 1, finds 2 on this hillside, and now it's just Nemo for SWAT69 as well.
Goodness me, I mean, TJB, yes, they're the crazy sailors that head out into the storm, but they've certainly weathered the storm here. Unreal will be taken down after a very, very good performance there, but TJB still have a long way to go.
Team Doom out yet again, 4 eliminations. I mean, they're closing that gap a little bit against 4 Romanian Boys, but only by 5 points, and that's not going to be enough. TJB with Nemo down the hill. They'll know there's a player in that smoke, well, they certainly should do, but TJB have their own things to worry about. Giants, 4 players. Clear Visions, 4 players alive.
Alking sends the nade across, but is spotted on the way through. Hamodi looks down towards TJB, and they will be finally eliminated, with Langzi being that final member alive. Game Lord once again still going, split 2-2 here, 1-1, sorry, over towards both the eastern side of the map, looking at Giants, and down towards Big at the moment with Mickey down. Victor finally falls, just too much for the Giants on that side as they lay a heavy foot upon his head.
Akashi close to Big, who now down to 1 standing. Could get flushed here. As Game Lord have the 1 now. Akashi behind the buggy. Ulysses over this ridgeline. 4 players for Giants. Even if you get 1 of them, it'd need a miracle to find the rest. Do they know Akashi's behind this buggy? Are they aware of this position, or are they going to be more worried about Big?
Keeping it steady right now. Slowing it all down for the time being. Akashi just unwilling to give away his position, but eventually he will be spotted out. FTY can become Big's position. Now they have to really play out of their minds here to make this happen. FTY sent back, though, have the DBS in hand, which seems to be becoming more and more of a staple weapon in these final zones.
Ooh, Akashi spotted. Game Lord eliminated. Giants clear that threat. Nade in through the window. Mihi's position known. This shack will be burnt out. I think he might have found a little bit of safety there in the back corner. Mihi tries to stay in. Swave gets spotted. I don't know if Mihi has been. I wonder if they think that this shack has been cleared now. Could prove to be disastrous. FTY with 3.
There is a nade in hand, but looks like it's going up towards Ulysses' position, as they don't think there's anyone in these compounds anymore. And like you said, I think they think they've cleared everything. And Giants is the new threat, because they're on the backside. They wouldn't be holding in this compound whatsoever. So Michi, a little bit of luck on his side here. Circle heads over towards the west, where Zodox currently is with the rest of FTY. They can kind of just run it back now. They don't particularly have to keep fighting out Giants. They can move over towards Zodox's position and play from the staging.
Salazar, oh, he puts the nade in, and Mihi feels the brunt of that damage. Could bait the Giants into pushing this ridgeline. If FTY stay around just a little bit longer, could be a couple of knocks sent up towards Giants. You can't push this if you're Giants right now. Uh-oh. Take it back.
Yeah, that's how that works. I mean, eventually the circle was going to push Mihi out into a bad spot. Still 4th place with the amount of limbs that they were able to get is really, really nice for Big there. And I think that, again, it's one of those cases where they're just losing too many members. They do take some very, very significantly difficult fights that they tend to win out of. And I don't know if it's a false positive where they put themselves in these difficult positions, and because they're so individually skilled, they're able to get out of them. They keep putting themselves in this situation. Nice shot comes through from Zodox. We'll get rid of one of the backstop members from Giants. And now FTY can start to try and close out another chicken dinner, which they have had difficulties with before, but slowly but surely are getting better at it. That passivity they've had in the late game is starting to be shed away.
Shinyo right on the border. I mean, there's a smoke right there, so you probably are aware there's a player near this location. But FTY with Zodox and Nox down in the valley, that's going to be the main attention drawer. The circle moves away, and FTY are faster to rotate towards it. This ridgeline, this little cubby, it looks good right now, but potential to be shut down. Shinyo! Oh, he steps up. They didn't know he was there. He absolutely blindsides Giants, and now Nox is standing up to take all the last players. Giants send a nade back out. It's just Nano needs to take care of everybody else now, but he can't do it. FTY, Shinyo with an excellent blindside. Giants are eliminated. And what a way to close it out for FTY.
Shinyo, the Shinigami here, absolutely the death god in these games, because he just comes out of nowhere for FTY every single time. A very, very patient play where they play everyone over towards the circle side. I think the majority of the team's over there, and then Shinyo stands up from behind the tree, played that marvelously, and then to quickly get those 2 transfers as well, John, goodness me, Shinyo really popped out of the bag there. Yeah, FTY had a stronger spot than Giants, but still, like, he made that fight significantly easier for them.
I think they just didn't believe that there was a player that could possibly be behind that tree, right? It was
no way.
There was no way that he's standing there. They let 2 players be completely broadside to it, and with no cover on that position, you should be landing those spray downs. Shinyo does land those spray downs. We know that. And he absolutely converts. Brilliant, brilliant play at the end there for FTY.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, honestly. And 2,138 damage to 12 eliminations. It's not an easy place to play on that hillside where there's so many teams there. You really have to pick your fights very, very carefully. So it's no wonder that they take 800 damage. Nox here with 867 total. Good stuff with most eliminations at 5. Really had a good game here from Nox overall. And I think that, you know, when you're playing that area, sometimes, yeah, you do get lucky and you just come out better than the rest from the pack that just had that massive bar brawl on that side of the map. But you do need to be able to set yourself up for that late game after all that's gone down. And I think for FTY, this was a massive test for them in terms of closing that kind of game out from a difficult position, because a lot of times where we've seen FTY struggle is from easy wins. And this time, it was not one of those.
No, they took that one. They took it under control. They took out a numbers advantage against Giants. Shinyo doubling up on the top of the hill and absolutely decimating the Giants. It's FTY for the final chicken dinner today.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL. Sorry, I'm on the side of the screen here. I'm trying to get away from Max because something you just said. We're watching the match, but we did have FTY pick up another chicken dinner, another bit of money for themselves, and not to mention, I think that's on them on $5,000. So 5 chicken dinners. But of course, as you guys just saw, we had our PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event that's still happening. Head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com and find out how you can win up to 100,000 euros in prizes and some limited edition iPhone 13s. But before, I don't know what's before. After this, we're now looking at the standings. I don't know where before was. That came out of nowhere. Max, take it away.
Okay, why is it? Okay, well, we're going to look at the match standings right now. So yeah, FTY able to take home 27 points, and that finish from Shinyo Kolaris in particular was the play to steal away the win that should have been initially for Giants Gaming, right? But Shinyo beyond that tree, nobody expected him to be there, but the Shinyo Inquisition was too good.
No, it's so much so that Blank called him like the origami or something. But yeah, really impressive. I have no clue what it's got to do with folding paper, but FTY.
I am angry.
27 points going their way. I mean, what? That makes them the second in terms of the overall wins in the Super Weekends now or something? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think you just mortally wounded Maxman by saying that, actually.
That's fine.
I don't know how to feel about
So
this.
that's some emotional damage if I ever heard it. Game Lord, 9 points. Shockwave, 8. SWAT 69, 7 as well. Let's take a look at the second page, though. Big able to continue their trend with 7 eliminations here. Team Doom, okay, 4 points. I think this is actually their highest point scoring match they've had, right?
Yeah.
They were on 7, I think, before this. So that puts them at 11. And that gives them 10 matches to score like over 100-something points. So over 10 point per game average. It's looking not likely at all.
I think it's fair to say that when you hype up Team Doom for getting a 4-point game, I think it's fair to say they did not have a good day. So a little bit unfortunate for Team Doom. There was a chance, right? But after today, I think we can now close the realm of possibilities of Romanian Boys falling away and Team Doom taking that position. So that is just not happening. So now, as we built up at the start of the day, and what's going to be happening for the next 2 days, basically, is just teams aiming for those chicken dinners. We saw some teams that usually get the wins, get some wins today, which is great to see, and I'm hoping to see more of that in the next 2 days.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame. I mean, I was really hoping for them, rooting for them. Again, I mean, even coming into this last game, we're still playing Edge. We're still not really like being super proactive about where we're going. Yeah, I mean, if Edge, if they feel Edge's play is their strength, then cool. But it's not really shown the strength that it needs to be to get you, rising up the ranks here today.
Yeah, no, very true. And again, maybe Team Doom are just looking at this as more of a learning process down the line. Maybe not too fussed about not qualifying for the finals. At least they made it into a super weekend, but they got to improve here, especially coming into next season later on this year. But we are talking about overall, so let's just take a look at where currently the teams stand. Remember, Game Lord was over 100-point lead, and they'll still maintain a over 100-point lead. However, they have not added any chicken dinners to their refrigerator. No extra money coming in for them. By looking on the list, it's nice to see Clear Vision though get a chicken dinner finally today, considering they're the only team on the front page without one.
Yeah, they want to get a little bit of money eventually, right? So they do get that $1,000. Good on Clear Vision. Though, I'm currently looking at the player stats. Big, despite not having those big banger performances we used to see from Big, they still have one of their players being the top fraggers of the day, actually. It is currently Beast from Big with 5 games played with 13 eliminations. So, sure, they're not getting the wins, but in terms of consistency, they're still up there. They're lingering, getting those points every single game, and that is a very big potential threat entering the league finals, right? The Big, sure, might not be the flashiest team, but they do get the points in, and that's all that matters.
I think the scariest standout thing for me when you look at the 1 through 8 though is not necessarily Game Lord's elimination points, which we know that they're great at, but it's just Game Lord's consistency in terms of the placements. To be 251 points and then the closest being 179 points, even there, that's ridiculous. Like, they are just showing that they are right now leagues above what we're seeing from the rest of this lobby in terms of that consistency, what they're able to put out.
I think one thing we complain sometimes about, or do we point out about teams, is like, you want to have about a 50-50 split between your eliminations and placement points. Game Lord's just like, we don't really care. It's
win everything.
Elimination, 251 placement points. Like, that is good. Like, they just top the charts in both of those factors, so it doesn't really matter too much. So yeah, I mean, Game Lord still, as we keep calling them, and they're still the case, being the team to beat.
Yeah, I actually kind of wish we had another column on this of like how many points they have without chicken dinners, like placement wise, because I mean, they're still like 30 plus points ahead of the second place team of Eastern Star, showing how consistent they are of placing so high almost every single match. But now we move into the second page and TJB. I mean, they've definitely, I'd say, woken up a little bit over the course of these 3 weeks in the Super Weekend, but it's still not quite the TJB that at least I've come to expect into this event. And looking down further on the list, I mean, Shockwave, Romanian Boys, I mean, they're not going to be caught whatsoever.
Yeah, actually good on Shockwave. They had a relatively good day. They started out around, what, like 110 points. They got himself actually a decent amount of points for their past track record, right? I think they had a 50-point Super Weekend and Super Weekend 1. So they are on track to potentially perform their best Super Weekend so far, which is good. We're trying to build these overarching storylines of teams able to improve from week to week. Shockwave has a very big chance of actually achieving that here, so good on them.
I think, to be honest, Shockwave, you look at 30 matches played, right? 35 matches played, sorry. This team right now is not making top 8 to make it into the EU regionals. Yeah. I think Shockwave, yeah, the money would be nice, but you need to look at this next 2 days of Super Weekend as like, what can we learn? What the hell can we do to improve ourselves so we have that better chance coming into the finals? They have to figure something out. And not only them, obviously, Swat 69, Romanian Men as well. Like, there are quite a few teams out here we need to keep an eye on long-term. Well, not long-term, short-term in these next 2 days to see if they can improve, if they can figure some stuff out and really not judge their play too harshly just yet, because maybe they're experimenting a bit.
I mean, I like In terms of changes, obviously they had moments where, you know, they were going to Zaki and things like that on Erangel. Now that they have the very PS split, I think that something like that aids them in a potential rise up through the ranks, right? It's a better place to rotate from. It's a better place to be able to even get onto Military Island if you need so to do. So there's an opportunity there to be able to strike out on the most played battleground that we get for the finals overall. And we'll see how that's going to fare for them.
All right, Max. You have teased us at the start of the day about having a phenomenal object to drink your daily Monster out of. What do you have for us today? But before you show, to remind you guys once again why we're doing this, because Monster Energy, awesome company, awesome drink. Their official energy drink provider here. Our partner, I should say, a PMPL.
Very nice.
And now Max Man, the floor is yours.
So
That's just a can.
It's just a can. It's just a can.
That's not very exciting.
Okay, it was not enough, so I was like, I'm going to bring out the big boys, and we're just going to get an entire, full jug, and we're going to.
What's that?
I've got some ice.
You put ice in it?
Yes.
I thought you said it was already in the fridge.
I mean, yeah, but I get because I'm fancy like that. I'm just
But you
trying to get more
can't chug
fancy.
when you have ice in it. It makes it very difficult.
It does, and I cannot even chug in general, so I don't know why I did this. I'm just hurting myself, but I felt like it would look cool on camera, so no.
You know what would make that better? If you had like little umbrellas and like a nice little crazy straw to put in it.
Weird you said that. I actually looked in the shops. I didn't have any, but I wanted to. I really wanted to. I wanted to get that, but no, didn't have any. But it's cool.
Did you go out and specifically buy this, or is this just something from your house?
I actually went to buy the vase. I mean, a vase. I don't know what it is. It's big.
It does look like a vase, which is why when I was saying a flower vase earlier, I was like, oh, okay, maybe.
Yes, just for this, just special. That's going as my tax write-off.
It looks like the drink almost matches your eye color.
So are you going to chug the whole thing?
I don't think I could. Even if you give me 10 minutes, I probably won't. But yeah.
10-minute chug.
No, it's not working out.
We'll leave it at that.
Well, you know what, Max? I respect the drive. I respect the game here. I will give you an absence card for the next 2 days of having to do this. But
thank you.
You have to come up with something amazing to drink out of for the finals. You have at least an extra 5-6 days of time until then.
Okay,
from now
that's manageable. I'll have to find something.
Can we all be challenged? Can we all try and prepare something? And
I like that.
Who can be a contest? Whoever makes the most ridiculous thing wins.
Because I'm really competitive, and I will drink that monster out of something really bad that I probably shouldn't have near my mouth.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just let your imaginations run wild. But ladies and gentlemen at home, you have to let your imaginations run wild as well, as we are going to be done with the show today. We are going to be back tomorrow, though, for our second day of our final Super Weekend at the exact same time. So make sure you guys tune in. Max, drink us off.